Shout out to the squad. What's up, y'all? We got a lot going today, man. Charlie Kirk on the lava. Most definitely had a court hearing, guys. Most definitely gonna take a look at that. We got Christy Nome. They asking her to step down. They on her top. Um, yeah, she's part of Trump now, but they trying to get rid of her. They telling her you need to get up out of here. The Democrats are calling for her resignation. They want her out of here just like the Green, what's her name? Margie Taylor Greene. They want her out of here just like that. But first off, we got Charlie Kirk on the lava, man. You know, Christy Nome, Miss Shireen. You know, we got the Charlie Kirk on the lava. He most definitely made his first court appearance, you know, in person, even though the proceedings was what they call it, like closed. But they most definitely aired it, guys. It's Charlie Kirk on the lava.
And of course, I'm looking for my notes, and they've disappeared, but that's okay. It happens.
Tyler Robinson in court, guys.
Let's go ahead and address the state's motion to amend or clarify the publicity order. And I'll hear from all parties. And I know it has been briefed, but in responses, but I'll hear brief argument, and then we can go from there. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect to this motion, I think as we've expressed in the past, everyone in this room shares the same goal, and that is to ensure that there's a fair trial that happens in this case. And we recognize that the court's pretrial publicity order is intended to further that goal. And again, as I've stated before, the state plans to try this case once. The state is also committed to complying with its ethical duties with respect to pretrial publicity. We have complied with those duties. We will continue to comply with those duties. The issue we bring before the court here is that there's one portion of the pretrial publicity order that can be interpreted to reach beyond those ethical requirements and have the effect of being what would be an unlawful order, an unlawful prior restraint on speech. And our goal, therefore, is to get an order that's clear, that's lawful, and that the state has the ability to comply with. And the issue with the order that the state has is the use of the term witnesses in the order. We believe that term's vague and ambiguous. Does it mean anyone with relevant information about this case? Does it just mean those people that are going to be subpoenaed to testify in this case? Or is it limited to just the prosecution team? And I think as we've expressed in our filings, we believe that the court intended that term just be limited to the prosecution team because that is the way that Rule 3.8 reads. Rule 3.8 of the Rules of Professional Conduct that deals specifically with requirements for prosecutors talks about investigators, law enforcement personnel, employees, or other persons assisting or associated with the prosecutor. So in other words, the prosecution team. And there's no rule or case law or statute that expands the prosecution's duties beyond that group, the prosecution team. So with respect to clarity, we're seeking clarity as to what exactly does the court mean by witnesses. And we think the court just means the prosecution team because if that term stretches beyond just the prosecution team, then the order is written we don't believe is a valid and lawful order because it would result in a prior restraint on certain speech and at the very least would have a chilling effect on that speech. If the prosecution agrees that we have an ethical duty to take reasonable measures to make sure that those who are identified with the prosecution team are alerted to the requirements of the court's order and to make sure that they do not make a statement that the prosecutors themselves would not be able to make, a public statement. But if the order extends beyond that, then we have concerns, because a prior restraint is an order that forbids certain communications in advance of the time that they are to occur. And as the Court of Appeals has recognized, the Utah Court of Appeals has recognized in State versus LM. And widespread publicity in a case does not itself justify a prior restraint. As the United States Supreme Court has recognized in Nebraska Press Association, there's no justification for a prior restraint unless it's clear that the further publicity, unchecked, would so distort the views of potential jurors that you couldn't find 12 jurors who could be fair and impartial. That's the high standard that applies in this case. And so in order to apply a prior restraint to persons beyond the prosecution team, the court would need to engage in a very detailed.
There you go. That's
and
Tyler
demanding
Robinson,
analysis.
the person that took the alleged.
The court would have to make a factual finding of necessity, that the speech that would be restrained poses a risk of material prejudice to the ongoing judicial proceedings. The court would need to make findings that there are no less restrictive measures, and that the prohibitions are likely to prevent the potential prejudice, and that whatever prohibitions this court decides on are very narrowly tailored. And as the state has explained, the Spencer versus State case from the Arkansas Supreme Court that just issued earlier this year is very helpful, I think, on this issue in explaining the analysis that applies to various different people that might be associated with a criminal case. You have attorneys, that category of trial participants. Certainly the court has the highest degree of ability to be able to restrain the speech of attorneys. And in fact, as I've expressed, the ethical rules require that. But when it comes to trial participants, like witnesses, the standards are more demanding as far as restricting the speech of trial participants. And as the Spencer case pointed out, non-attorney trial participants, the court can impose a restraint on their speech only to the extent that the court first finds that any speech by those non-attorney trial participants poses a serious and imminent threat of material prejudice to the ongoing proceeding. And I think the court also needs to note that there are several people associated with this case who have very significant interests in exercising their First Amendment rights, in talking about how this case has affected them. And of course, can't say that one person's First Amendment right is more important than another person's, but there are certainly
Let's take time to double tap
here
that
who have
screen, guys, as I hit the like button.
some people involved who have a larger or a greater interest in speaking than others. And so I think the court needs to take that into consideration if this order is meant to apply beyond just the prosecution team. And then finally, as far as making the order, so we need a clear order, we need a lawful order, and then we need an order that the state can actually comply with. And the state recognizes that there are serious sanctions that this court can impose for violations of a court order, as we've just seen. And so we want to avoid these. We want to avoid litigation over whether there's been a violation of the order. And as it stands right now, we don't believe that there will be any issues if the court limits the term witnesses to just the prosecution team. We can comply with that order. It gets more difficult for the state if the term witnesses then applies even broader at this stage of the litigation, for the state to be able to comply with that order, depending on how the court clarifies what witnesses mean. Does the court have any questions for the state?
No, thank you,
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Ballard. Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to try to be brief because our views on the propriety of the court's order were set forth in a publicly filed document, which, of course, the court has reviewed. And the first thing that I want to say is that the order that the court issued is not a prior restraint on any member of the public, and it's certainly not, I think as the state's motion suggested, some sort of a prior restraint on the press. This has nothing to do with the press. The order, as we noted in our papers, is directed at the conduct of and the court's expectations for counsel. So even if, under that order that the court issued,
Thank you, Ms. Pooh
somebody
Y'all
who
continue to double
we could
tap
all
that
agree
screen,
is a
guys. Get the lights
witness
up.
within the court's definition of that, made public statements which implicated Mr. Robinson's fair trial rights, the potential sanction is on the party who had a duty to make a reasonable effort to notify witnesses that they should not be doing so. If I represented a witness who was accused of saying too much publicly, the first thing that I would tell this court is the order isn't directed at the witness. The order is directed at the counsel for the parties. There may in the future be some theoretical situation where the court issues orders that control the statements or conduct of specific people, but this, or other than counsel, but this order is directed at counsel. And we have no, meaning Mr. Robinson's defense counsel, have no problem complying with the order. And we also think that we understand what a witness is when the court uses that term. So it is our view that the court's order is not overbroad, it's not vague, doesn't put the state's the state or the state's attorneys in some untenable position. And I think it's a little too simple to say witnesses are either everybody under the sun or people who are under subpoena at the last second. Because counsel have not only the training, but a duty to figure out along the way who the potential witnesses are and to notify those people. And yes, down the road, maybe there's going to be an issue and maybe an attorney on either side.
It says that Robinson was charged with aggravated murder and other felonies, and prosecutors are seeking the unalive penalty, guys. They're looking to take him out the game.
To explain to the court when a particular person did
Continue to double tap that screen, guys, and get the lights up. Double tap the screen if you're on a mobile device and click the three dots, hit the thumbs up.
The state to
subscribe to the channel if you're new.
It just means that the state needs to be thinking along the way about who its witnesses may be. And that's why in our papers, we refer to it as a potential lay witness, because we believe that the court intended it to go beyond members of the prosecution team, which are law enforcement officers, retained experts, retained consultants, and we don't believe that that creates an enforcement problem. We don't think it creates a compliance problem. We noted in our papers, and I'll emphasize here again, that the court's order actually places responsibilities on defense counsel that the rules don't. The rules have special guidelines for the prosecution, and the court has expanded that to include the defense, and we don't have a problem with that. I also think that the standard that the state is suggesting for when a potential lay witness, as we've defined that in our papers, may make public statements that violate the court's order. The best standard is actually the one that we believe the court should look to, which is the standard set by the 10th Circuit, because as the state points out, it may be that there isn't any Utah law on this issue. So it seems to me that the closest
Hey, positive vibes.
source of authority on this constitutional question is going to be the 10th Circuit, and that's the case United States versus Tijerina, and I'll spell it, it's Tijerina, 412 Fed Second 661, 10th Circuit 1969, where the court says that the constitutional balance between the First Amendment rights of a non-attorney participant and the defendant's right to a fair trial are properly balanced where extrajudicial statements present a reasonable likelihood of prejudicing a fair trial. That is a more protective standard than that which appears in Rule 3.6. And we think it's the appropriate standard which should be applied here.
Thank you for the marshmallow.
And that's part of, as we've told the court before, a motion that we will bring, because we actually think that while the court's order is wholly appropriate, it's not vague, it's not overbroad, it's not a prior restraint, it doesn't create a lack of clarity for the state. We would like it to be a little bit broader in other areas, especially concerning the standard to be applied and the definition of what is the prosecution team, but that's not germane to here. So we think that while we understand the state's concern, we think that their motion should be denied. I think at the last hearing, the court actually clarified verbally from the bench what it meant by a witness, and I think that's pretty close to what we described in our papers as a potential lay witness. So I feel like if I say anything more, I'm going to be reiterating again what's already in our papers. If I've muddled it, I'm sure the court will tell me and I'll clarify it. I hope I haven't.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and we'll turn to the last matter. Anything further, counsel?
Yes,
Tyler
thank you, Your Honor.
Robinson,
I
guys.
do want to point out that the court's order as it's written does impose limitations on speech. And the issue here is
Let's continue to double tap that screen, guys. Get the lights up. Double tap the screen if you're on a mobile device, and click those three dots. Hit the thumbs up. It helps out the channel, man. Most definitely subscribe if you're new.
whose speech? Is it just the prosecution team members, or does it extend beyond
Thank you.
that? And limitations on speech are a prior restraint. The court's order says that, if you look at page 2 of the order, it specifically talks about lawyers, that lawyers cannot make a statement that would violate Rule 3.6 and need to inform witness.
Man, some people that feel like Tyler may be the fall guy, guys. Basically somebody they pinning it on, allegedly. How do y'all feel about that? Y'all think they got the right person, or could this be a setup, guys? They were saying, no serial numbers on the rifles. You got Candace Owens saying it was an inside job. Let me know what y'all think, man. Could this guy potentially be just a fall guy? Somebody they have placed, to take the blame for this all. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me know in the comments. Continue to double tap that screen, though, guys. It helps out the channel. Let's get the likes past 100, guys. Let's double tap that screen. Keep the likes moving. Click the three dots. Hit the thumbs up. That's another way, and most definitely subscribe if you're new. But how do you feel? Is he responsible, or is he the fall guy?
Says that they cannot make similar statements, and then requires the parties to inform lawyers, I'll just read it. Lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses,
Somebody
and then
said
the
the
list that
fall
I read,
guy.
about the prohibitions contained in this order. So the order is prohibiting speech. And
What's up,
because
EJ?
if it extends beyond the prosecution team, it needs to have the findings that are required for that kind of prohibition on speech. That's what we're asking the court to do.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Thank you.
All right. Let's turn to the final matter before this court, the motion for limited intervention and request for notice of motions to close, seal, or reclassify. And I'll hear from the parties on that.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman, representing the news media. Mr. Judd and I represent different groups of clients, so I'm going to invite him, if I miss anything, to weigh in after I'm done. But my intent, the issues are basically the same, so my intent is to address them for all of the interveners.
14 more likes, guys. Double tap their screen. Let's get the likes up.
We have
14 more likes. You need 14 more of y'all to double tap the screen on your mobile device, guys. This is Tyler Robinson's court appearance, in the Charlie Kirk case. Continue to get those likes up, guys. Double tap their screen.
only ever sought in this case limited party status. That is what we do in every high-profile case that involves these type of closure issues. We are not seeking to be parties for all purposes. We are just seeking to be parties for the purpose of showing up and being heard, which we unquestionably have a right to do. We unquestionably have standing. That is settled law in Utah. And the last filing at least, that we got from Mr. Robinson's team that just came in, I don't know if it was a couple days ago, basically gets there at the end where it says, look, if you're going to grant them intervener status, it should just be limited. That's all we've ever sought. And so the question that was raised in the only case that they cite, this FL case from the Utah Supreme Court, that addressed whether we wanted to allow full party status under Rule 24 of the civil procedure rules in a criminal case, they said we don't need to do that. The woman in that case just needed limited party status. And so in a way, we're not really, the state really hasn't disagreed with this either, but we're not really disagreeing with Mr. Robinson's team. We have explained in our papers that we've cited the court to extensive authority saying that this is the procedure to use. It's the most efficient procedure to use. Otherwise, I don't know what exactly the suggestion is for Mr. Robinson's team that we're supposed to do from here on out, but it kind of sounds like just this sort of ad hoc, show up anytime you happen to see something on the public docket that might affect the public's rights, and that's just not the orderly way that this typically happens. The other thing, as I've mentioned in our papers, that it does is it allows for the media to be able to take an appeal of a closure issue without having to rely on the court's extraordinary writ jurisdiction. And that was what they had to do in either Kearns Tribune or Bullock, where the media was not granted party status. And it is the situation that happened in FL, where they had to review her claim regarding records under extraordinary writ jurisdiction rather than invoking her appellate jurisdiction because she was improperly denied limited party status. So all of that authority supports the process that we are requesting in this case. We think it's the most orderly way to do it. And I'll end just by saying, there's been some discussion, and especially from Mr. Robinson's attorneys, about what rule it is that you need to do this under, whether Rule 24 applies. They seem to suggest that it doesn't. I will just point the court to two different rules that give you the authority to do what we're requesting, aside from Rule 24. Rule 24 is in the civil procedure rules, but Rule 81.
Yeah, I gotta remember, this guy's life is on the line, man. His life is on the line. There's people that saying he ain't the one that done it, and there's people that saying he is the one that done it. Tyler Robinson, guys, in a hearing, in court, guys.
Particularly subsection F of that rule says that the rules of civil procedure govern in criminal proceedings where they don't conflict with a rule of criminal procedure. That's the case with Rule 24. That's why courts in criminal cases have relied on that rule. The other one is Rule 31, and that's in the criminal procedure rules, and that gives this court the discretion, if it's not inconsistent with the rules, to fashion remedies and to deal with civil procedure, or not civil procedure, but rather just procedural matters. And so that is essentially what happened in the FL case, which is that, whether you do it under Rule 24, whether you do it as a judicially created, remedy, it doesn't matter. It's the same, it gets to the same place, which is just that we are interveners for the very limited purposes that we've set forth in our order. We're not going to be here at every hearing arguing, we didn't take a position on the gag order motion that you just heard. We are only planning to appear and argue so that the court has the benefit of someone who's representing the interests against closure. Because as you know, and this is sort of why we're here today, a lot of time this just happens by stipulation, because these, the state and Mr. Robinson's lawyers, they may not want to fight over a particular issue. And so it really is a situation where no one really represents that interest. And the purpose of this whole process is to give the court the benefit of the briefing that we've submitted and the benefit of arguments to represent the public's right to attend these proceedings. So unless the court has any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the state, Mr. Ballard.
Your Honor, as the state briefed in briefing on a prior motion, I think it's clear that parties have outside entities have the ability to intervene in a case as a limited purpose party when there's a statute, a rule, or case law that authorizes them to take specific action in a proceeding. And there's well-established case law that allows the media to intervene, to be able to appear and be heard on matters of public access to court proceedings and to court documents. And Rule 4-202.04 of the Rules of Judicial Administration also make it clear that the media can appear and do just exactly what they've done in the closed session that we held earlier. So it doesn't make them a capital P party to the case. It makes them a limited purpose party, and they certainly have the right to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Ms. Visser.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to clarify, the issue really, if we boil it down, is if these 23 media entities have met their burden to be a limited purpose party in this case. And I think another part of that is what that means. And really that is what we are primarily concerned with. What does that mean? What does that enable them to do? What jurisdiction is this court exercising over them as a result of them being a limited purpose party? Because I do believe that is another aspect of asking to intervene in a case. I do think that Rule 24 does not apply here. I think that's what we learned from the Supreme Court. They don't want individuals using Rule 24 of the Rules of Civil Procedure because it's too expansive. It's about broad entry into a case for many purposes. In the instances where our courts have allowed intervention into civil cases, and I want to be very clear here, the case law is in the
This
civil
guy's
arena.
facing the
There are
unallowed
very
penalty,
few
guys.
instances where we're dealing with this in a criminal case on appeal. So we're a little bit in the dark, and we're asking this court to kind of wade through and make a decision that potentially hasn't been made before. But I would ask the court to be very clear, no matter what it does, on what the media can and can't do in this case. And it sounds to me like the media has somewhat conceded that their role in this case is under Rule 4-202.04, and their role is to have a voice regarding closure, which has already happened today and will surely happen again. We have no objection to that. And to be clear, we're not objecting to the court's order about notice. We will provide notice. We will follow the court's order. We have no problem with it. But we do want this court to make the procedure very crystal clear. We want time frames. We want orders saying this is when you need to respond so that we don't end up with filings like we did this week, very shortly before the hearing, that we have to rush to respond to. We're all attorneys. We all know that these things happen from time to time, and we're not unreasonable folks. If they reach out to us, we will grant reasonable requests for extension, just so everyone is aware, but there was no communication. So I want it very, very clear what they can and can't do. It's less about semantics. This isn't
Let's
about
take time to
semantics.
double
It's about
tap that
substance.
screen, guys. Get the likes
What
up.
are they allowed to do?
Subscribe to the channel if
If
you're
this
new.
court wants to call them a limited purpose party, that has to be, well, it's so you can exercise your rights under 4-202.04. And in doing so, this is what you need to do. That's what we're asking the court to do. And I also have some practical concerns that maybe need to be addressed with the court's clerk. For example, are we adding all 23 media entities to the court docket? Will they have access to all of the filings? I have had instances in the past where unfortunately parties have been added to a case and still receive documents that are intended to be private or non-public. I'm very concerned about that. So I think it would be appropriate if they are going to be added to the docket, that it be reasonable, perhaps just the two entities that are requesting, the two conglomerate entities that are requesting, and that there be an order from the court saying if they receive something that they shouldn't have, they notify us in the court immediately and they delete it, they don't review it. At a minimum, I think that's necessary. But I also think it would be reasonable for this court just not to put them on the docket for that very same reason. So we don't think that they should have permanent status in this case. We don't dispute that they are going to be here. They're already here, as we well know. But we do think how that happens is important, and that this court should exercise its authority to make very clear what everyone's roles are here. And as I believe they put in their briefing, that they are neutral observers. Neutral observers. We don't want the chaos that is out in the media in this courtroom. So whatever this court can do to prevent that is what we're asking. Does the court have any questions for me?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very briefly, I'm not sure what neutral observer is supposed to mean. We have interests in the case. We are here to advocate for openness and against closure. And so I don't think that's what counsel meant to imply, but that's the whole reason we're here, is that no one else represents our interests. That is straight down the middle of what the intervention rule requires. Just a couple clarifications. Counsel said we haven't cited any criminal cases where this has been allowed. That's not true. We cited the court to 8 different cases, all criminal cases in the state of Utah, where this is the procedure that judges routinely follow, including judges in this building. Counsel said that our role is strictly limited to advocating for what is under Rule 4202.04. I don't think she meant.
We need to get them likes to 200, guys. Double tap the screen. If you're in the building, if you're on a mobile device, double tap that screen. We need 30 more likes. Or click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
This, but as the court probably knows, that just deals with court records. We're also entitled under governing constitutional case law to advocate against the closure of proceedings. And that rule does not technically apply to proceedings, it just applies to records. So just to be clear, but I think we have been clear, and this is all, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of daylight between what counsel was just suggesting our role should be and what we've asked for, you know, which is just if they file a motion that seeks to prevent, that wants to classify something as non-public, like they did last night with the motion to disqualify. They were able to at least provide that to us. It's not very hard to send an email. That's all that we've asked for in terms of the notice. And then we have the right to be heard on those issues. And so I didn't really hear from counsel any reason why we should not be granted limited party status in this case, other than just some sort of, you know, confusion on their part as to what that would actually look like. I don't know how the clerk deals with parties on the docket. I assume you guys can sort that out. Typically, when we intervene on behalf of the news media in cases, they are listed because they are limited
news
purpose
media.
parties. But the court can, if it doesn't want to hear from us on a particular issue, it can certainly say that. I mean, we don't have any interest in weighing in on aspects of the case that don't have anything to do with the public's right to know. And so I didn't really hear an argument against what it is that we are asking to do. Just one last point on, well, two things. One is that council's chastising us for filing something late. I mean, this was a stipulated motion that got us here today. We weren't asked to weigh in on it. It was submitted to your honor with an order, which they just assumed you would sign because it was stipulated. It was only because this court said, no, I'm not going to do that. I want to actually hear from the parties that we weighed in. So this was not your typical deadline where we were invited to weigh in and just didn't. Last thing is, in terms of docket access, Mr. Hunt and Mr. Jett and I are all officers of the court. If the court says you can have access to things that the parties are seeking to classify as non-public, but you can't share them with your clients until further notice from the court, that's fine. Some judges do handle it that way. Sometimes we just, if they don't concern closure, sometimes we don't weigh in at all. But, when they file things that they say we need to file this under seal and we're not allowed to see it, then the briefing for you is not super helpful, And so typically the way this happens is we are allowed attorney's eyes only access to, documents just like the state and the defendants would be. Their counsel can see things that are non-public, and we don't share them with our clients unless the court orders otherwise. And typically, if the court decides, no, this really doesn't need to be filed under seal, then we can provide it to our clients at that time. But this idea that our clients are somehow going to get access to things that are non-public, that's just not the way this typically works. If they're not public on the docket, if they're public on the docket, anyone can get them. And if they're not public on the docket, then our clients can't get them. And if there's a procedure where we can see them so that we can give the court the benefit of briefing substantively as to what it is, then we keep them attorney's eyes only until the court orders otherwise. And that's just typically the way this works. So, thank you.
All right, anything further?
Your Honor, I'm not going to belabor what's already in the briefing. I do think it's concerning to just cite to a bunch of trial court cases without providing any pleadings or context for what occurred in those cases. I can't argue against what happened in other cases. This is our case. Our case is different. This court has already acknowledged it. There are many interests. We have concerns about leaks, information getting out that shouldn't be out. I think those are valid. And our concern is access. I'm not impugning the integrity of these gentlemen. I'm sure they would act as officers of the court. But the more this court controls the information that ultimately it determines to be private, the more able we are to identify if there are leaks, if there's information that's getting out that shouldn't be, and who did it. So we are objecting to providing the media our pleadings in advance, even just to their counsel. We don't think that's appropriate. I don't see any authority for that. We're asking the court not to consider that. And we're concerned about opening the door to multiple other entities, just filing in on this case, getting involved in the proceedings.
They don't want the media in there, guys.
Exactly what media
No news cameras. What y'all
either.
think? What they trying to cover something?
Our position is and remains, they can file what this court has authorized to file in the manner this court authorizes to file it and be heard in the manner this court indicates. We understand they're entitled to closure hearings, and I did make a mistake.
They feel like they trying to
We agree
hide
that
something. They
have
don't want the
standing to
cameras in
object to
there.
closure as well. So they should be able to file those things, but we do not agree that that requires status in our case. So, does the court have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate the argument from all parties throughout this day. I wish to commend the preparation and the quality of the arguments, as well as the civility that is sometimes overlooked, but I wish to recognize that and appreciate council's demeanor and their arguments today. I previously stated when we began that I would be issuing rulings on the first issue. And when I began, I initially said October 14th. It's actually the October 24th audio recording of the closed hearing, as well as the October 24th transcript of that hearing. And so I wanted to create, just make that small correction. But given the in-depth and necessary arguments made in the closed hearing, I wish to take the time to issue a ruling that will say what will be disclosed and what will be kept private, because this court has a duty to do so.
Appreciate it, Shane.
I'd rather do it right and take more time than to be rash and miss the mark. I need to be narrow in my approach, and it is an important issue, and so I plan to do that. In regards to the motion for limited intervention and request for notice of motions to close, seal, or reclassify, I also wish to craft my order in such a way that is concise and addresses all the issues, the important issues brought up by all parties. And so I will be issuing that ruling at the same time. And so I will be issuing the ruling in regards to the state's motion to clarify court's pretrial and trial publicity order, and I am prepared to do so. Before I do that, what I want to do is, and counsel is being caught off guard because they were anticipating a ruling today, but what the court is intending to do is, and proposing to the parties, is issuing an oral ruling on WebEx that all parties can attend to. The reason why is I don't want to take a lot of time. These are important issues. I don't want to wait until January 16th. And I want to talk about potential dates. I don't imagine it will take longer than 20 minutes for this court to issue ruling. And I want to get the parties' input in regards to their thoughts of the court issuing an oral ruling on WebEx. And so I'll open it up to the parties.
We don't have any objection to that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Same.
All right. Well, next comes the trickier part when you have a room full of attorneys trying to find a date that we're all available. To our staff, what dates do we have available for a 30-minute block before the end of the year?
Judge, we do have December 29th at 10 o'clock.
How does that appear? How does that date work for council?
That was 10 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes.
Your Honor, that works for Mr. Robinson, thank you.
Same for us.
All right. And to defense, in regards to Mr. Robinson, what is your position on, if it is on WebEx, he would be appearing by WebEx, or is there different thoughts?
Your Honor, if we could just have audio only for Mr. Robinson to appear, since we will not be present, I would rather not have him in the courtroom without counsel present.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we will set the court's ruling on those two issues for December 29th at 10 a.m. And note that it will be audio only for Mr. Robinson per defense's request. And to the last issue is, well, before I issue my ruling, I anticipate, and counsel, are we still on the same page in regards to our January 16th hearing? Are we planning for that?
Your Honor, we are. We believe that most likely what we would anticipate doing is on January 16th, arguing our motion to disqualify the county attorney's office, which was just filed. That should give them enough time to respond to that. And also possibly we anticipate filing our own motion about the pretrial publicity order that has a little bit different take on it that should be filed in plenty of time for us to argue that on the 16th as well. I think we have set aside the 30th, and that might be the one we want to save to argue our anticipated motion that's coming about keeping
Thank you
cameras
amazingly.
out of the
No
courtroom.
problem, take out.
And we will, I imagine the media will, depending on the court's ruling today, will want to weigh in on that one as well. And that would give them enough time as well. So that would be January 30th.
All right, and before I go to the other parties, the January 30th date, there was some complications. And so we have to find another date.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to let all parties know before we lock in our schedules, what dates do we have available for a 4-hour setting?
It's okay. My problem.
Let's keep those lights moving. Double
And
tap
Council, I
that
appreciate
screen,
you
guys.
giving me that roadmap.
If you're on a mobile device, double
plan,
tap the
so
screen or click those
it
three
allows
dots,
the
give a
other parties
thumbs
to
up. What's up, well
take into
informed?
consideration dates and filings as well. So as staff
sure
is
you
doing that,
subscribe, and if
they
you
are
do,
looking for hearing dates. And one of the complications is, as a judge, I have 1,409 cases as of last Friday. And so trying to find a spot is tricky. And I am grateful for my staff who work so hard to manage that.
he got some stuff on his lip. Boy, you got some stuff on your lip. What's going on with your lip, boy? Boy, you got some stuff on. Y'all see that stuff on his lip? Oh, my goodness.
Calendar. So that is part of the reason for the delay, and we're trying to find a date because this is an important case, as is all of those cases. They matter to me.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, can I, if I might just make one point that might make things smoother as we go forward with the seal filings? Just to Ms. Nestor's point, Mr. Novak earlier mentioned something about a redacted motion to disqualify, and I don't know if that is something that they're planning to file, but I was just going to say, sometimes, you know, what we heard earlier about that particular incident is probably not something that we care that much about in terms of what they would redact. And so instead of opposing the motion to classify, if Your Honor, I don't know if this is the plan already in this case or whether that's what they were planning to do, but if they file a redacted version that, you know, just takes out the stuff they care about rather than closing the whole thing, then we don't have to say anything and probably avoids, you know, fighting over unsealing that document. So I just wanted to say that. I'm happy to confer with counsel if you'd rather us do that, if you don't want to do it by way of a court order, but.
No, I appreciate that input. I'll hear from both parties and then we'll get to the date.
Your Honor, I do anticipate going through and seeing what we can redact and working with the state on that as well and with media counsel, so.
All right.
And we agree that filing a redacted version is a good way to go. We can work together on that. As far as the January 16th hearing, the state will do everything it can to respond to these motions as timely as we can, as expeditiously as we can. I just want to note that January 16th hearing was set with the expectation, the previous expectation was that defense counsel was going to get us these motions before Thanksgiving. And we just got the motion to disqualify last night. So we'll do everything we can to respond to those as expeditiously as we can and hopefully keep that date, but I'm not guaranteeing that we'll make that date.
All right. I appreciate the heads up. Going to staff, what dates do we have available for in lieu of the 30th? February 3rd, morning or afternoon setting?
Your plan? That works for Mr. Robinson, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And morning or afternoon setting?
Either works for us, Your Honor.
All right.
As well as for the state, we're available on the 3rd.
The afternoon
I
would be
believe this
better
is in
because
Utah.
it may be that it reduces travel time.
All right, well, it is always nice when all parties agree. So we have February 3rd at 1 p.m. It is anticipated to be in person. And Ms. Nestor, is Mr. Robinson planning on appearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, that concludes that particular issue about future dates, and I appreciate council working with me on that. We have December 29th at 10 a.m. for the court ruling on these two issues, and that will be via WebEx. And then February 3rd, January 16th, I believe that is at 1 o'clock. Is that correct? All right, that's in person as well with, I believe, defense has indicated Mr. Robinson will be present as well. And finally, February 3rd at 1 p.m. and also indicating that Mr. Robinson will be present. And in regards to the final issue, the ruling on the state's motion to clarify court's pretrial and trial publicity order.
Can we get the lights
This is
past
the order of the
300,
court.
guys?
The
Double
court
tap
issued
that
a
screen if you have not.
protection order
Or click
regarding
those three dots, hit
pretrial
the
and trial
thumbs up,
publicity
guys.
in this case.
It helps out the channel. Let's
The
get the
order
lights
prohibits
past
attorneys
300.
who are associated with the prosecution and defense of this case from intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly permitting a witness, investigator, consultant, staff member, or other member of the prosecution or defense team to make extrajudicial statements, which, if made by the lawyer, would violate Rule 3.6. To that end, lawyers participating in an investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of the prosecution or defense teams about the prohibitions contained in this order. The state moves to amend or clarify the court's use of the word witness as used in the publicity order because it is vague, ambiguous, or overbroad. The state asserts that there are over 3,000 lay witnesses of the alleged homicide. The state does not know if it must inform each potential witness,
3,000.
each potential
Dang.
and possible witness of the prohibitions in order, or whether the order applies only to witnesses who are members of the attorney's teams, such as investigators or experts. Due to the potential confusion, this court grants the state's motion and offers the following clarification. The word witness, as used in this order, applies to all witnesses who are part of the prosecution and defense teams. This includes any witness, including lay witnesses, whom the prosecution or defense has a good faith belief will be called to testify at a hearing or trial. The court also clarifies that the publicity order as written regulates the behavior of attorneys who are associated with the defense team or the Utah County Attorney's Office. It requires the attorneys to abide by Rule 3.6 and, in order to deter non-attorneys from making prejudicial statements, requires the attorneys to inform witnesses about the prohibitions in the publicity order. Informing witnesses about the prohibitions in the publicity order is a necessary step. It is one moment as I regain my place as I read. Informing witnesses about the prohibitions in the publicity order is a necessary step toward not intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly permitting witnesses from making prejudicial statements. The publicity order does not regulate the behavior of any person who is not an attorney associated with this case. And this order will be signed today by myself and made public. Counsel, is there anything further that we need to address today?
Thanks, Your Honor. Yes, just the matter of having Mrs. Erica Kirk designated as the victim representative in this case.
There
She has
goes
filed with her
Erica's
counsel
name.
a request to be designated as the victim representative, and we would like the court to formally acknowledge that request and formally designate her as the victim representative.
So
And I guess
Erica
along
will
those
be the
lines, I
victim
wanted to make
representative,
clear as
guys,
well,
his wife.
I think this court stated earlier that there was an alleged victim in this case. And I know that there is case law talking about being careful about how we refer to victims and alleged victims. But in this case, that case law makes clear that those cautions don't apply with the same degree, where it's clear that we have a victim who was killed in this case. We don't have an alleged victim. We have an alleged perpetrator, but we do know that we have a victim in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. I'll hear from the parties.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Robinson, we certainly think it's appropriate for Mrs. Kirk to be designated as the victim representative, if that is the desire of the state, just so there can be no doubt that she's afforded all of the rights assured to her under our state statutes, and we have no objection to that.
Thank you. Thank you to all parties. This court will recognize Ms. Erica Kirk as the designated victim representative in this case. Thank you. Council, I believe that concludes our matters for the day.
One
Or
more.
maybe
matter,
not.
Judge. I can take the podium, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Germander.
I want to just give the court an update with respect to discovery. We've done that at
Thank
previous
you, I
hearings.
appreciate that.
The state has received approximately 13,900 files from law enforcement in this case. Approximately 300 of those we believe are duplicates. We have since provided to council, as of I believe this morning, 7,951 of those files. For the course information, we had reached close to 100% had been disseminated as of last week, but we received quite a large
Thank you,
batch
Flip Mode.
within the last few days. So we were working on that. We still have a full-time paralegal that's dedicated to reviewing that, organizing it, Bates stamping it, and sending it out to council. Of course, there are necessary redactions that are being made along the way. Our next real hearing in this case, second matter, our next real hearing in this case is not scheduled till January 16th. We understand the court's caseload. We understand the difficulty of finding dates for a preliminary hearing. And we would like to make a request that the court calendar a preliminary hearing in this case.
All right. In regards to, and I appreciate the heads up and acknowledging the busy calendar of not only the court, but all of you. What, first of all, how many days does the state anticipate, which helps us in our calendaring efforts?
Judge, given that it's a probable cause standard, and all the inferences go in favor of the state is asking for 3 days. We believe that we can present the evidence required to meet that standard, and that would also allow the defense to cross-examine witnesses and argue that standard.
Thank you, Mr. Germander. Turning to defense, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, we were not aware that he was going to make that request today. We do have one more member of our team that's not present that we would need to consult with. I don't know when he's talking about, but I don't see how we can set it until all the discovery has been received.
So he don't got all the
And also we
discovery
do
yet.
need to deal with the disqualification motion, just in case. So it doesn't seem like a good idea to set it before we have the disqualification hearing. We were only talking about a month from now.
Somebody getting
I
disqualified.
think that should probably be resolved before we set any dates. But I am concerned about setting a date when we still don't have all the discovery materials. We have significant discovery materials that have not been received yet, that we know are out there and coming and important. And we have to, have time to review it all and absorb it all. And I
you,
am going to
amazingly.
be involved in another trial that is not over until the end of March. So that's going to take away my ability to work and process through discovery and communicate with our team. So it seems to me that with the understanding of what Mr. Gernander's trying to accomplish, that maybe we come to the hearing on the 16th with an idea about, we can have some conversations with Mr. McBride and also with the paralegal that's dealing with all the discovery, and see realistically when we think we're actually going to have the vast majority of the discovery materials to us and how long it's going to take us to review it all. So maybe we could just come prepared in about a month to try to accomplish that.
Mr. Grunander.
Just 2 points, Judge. Sometimes I feel like we as practitioners sometimes lose sight of the purpose of a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause determination. The primary purpose, according to case law, is to ferret out improvident prosecutions. So again, it's a probable cause standard. We are working as hard as we can, being very diligent with respect to collecting and disseminating discovery. Rule 16, subsection 2, speaks to the timing of mandatory disclosures. And it is our duty, it's a continuing duty. So as far as complete discovery being provided, in a case like this, complete discovery is going to be ongoing until probably trial. There are times when things become available during trial that are discovered to opposing counsel. But it says here, it says the prosecutor's disclosures must be made as soon as practicable following the filing of an information, except that a prosecutor must disclose all evidence that the prosecutor relied upon to file the information within 5 days after the day on which the prosecutor receives a request for discovery from the defendant. That's been accomplished. It then says, in every case, all material or information listed under paragraph A1 that is presently and reasonably available to the prosecutor must be disclosed before the preliminary hearing. So we are in the process of that, collecting it as quickly as possible, making any necessary redactions, and moving it to the defense as quickly as possible. But complete discovery is not required before a preliminary hearing. We have to provide it as quickly as possible. We have that duty, and we continue to do that. So we think we can schedule a preliminary hearing and work towards that. I'm aware of Ms. Nestor's schedule. I know she's going to be in trial, I think, in February and March. And I'm probably overestimating the availability of the court's calendar, but the hope would be sometime in April to schedule a preliminary hearing.
All right.
I'll submit it, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just clarify one thing? I mean, the county attorney has made a decision, very public decision, to announce their intent to seek death the day that there was an arrest, which means that that obligation to provide us with the probable cause
The
for anything
unallowed
they relied
penalty
upon to
is on the
charge
table, guys.
applies now to their intent to seek death. And
They trying to
you're
put him
nowhere
to
near
sleep.
getting that material. So that was their decision to release that. Normally, that decision is not made until 30 days after a preliminary hearing. They made it in advance, and now they've got an obligation to tell me their aggravation and what they've relied on to make this a death penalty case. And we have not received that. So I'm waiting, but I'm just laying that out there for now.
Thank you. I appreciate the arguments from all sides. I do not find there is any prejudice in setting a date for a preliminary hearing. It is not set in stone, and it certainly can be moved. I recognize that the parties have a lot of obligations, but I also recognize the importance of this case moving forward. And if nothing more, then this is a goal for the preliminary hearing. If it needs to be changed, the court understands that. That is what happens a lot in the criminal calendars and criminal dockets. What is a date that we may have available for a 3-day setting for a preliminary hearing?
The first week that we would have available is the week of May 18th. We do also have a week of some days in June we could accommodate. We do not have any in July. We have some in August.
All right, let's take a look. So council, well, what dates in June?
June starting on the 15th.
All right. Council, I'll turn to you. Again, this is a goal. This is not a date that if we can't meet, there's any prejudice that will be attached to a party. In regards to May 18th, how does that tentatively look for council?
May or June?
May 18th is the first date, I believe.
Oh,
So 18th, 19th, and 21st, just to give you the full range.
The state can make those days work, Your Honor.
18th, not May 18th, 19th, and 21st, guys. We need 40 more on that like. Double tap the screen, guys, or click the three dots, hit that thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. This is Tyler Robinson, guys, the alleged unaliver of Charlie Kirk. He's in court. They talked a little bit about the media being there, and now they're deciding on a date, guys.
Your Honor, we have availability the May 18th with the understanding and the appreciation that if it's not feasible for us to get done when we need to get done prior to that, we would ask to push it back. But we don't have conflicts at this time.
All right, thank you. So May 18th, May 19th, and May 21st. And this it will be in person. And do we anticipate if that date moves forward?
It will be in person.
Mr. Robinson being in attendance?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. I just want to put that on the record as well. All right, I don't want to be presumptive, but is there anything else? All right. Counsel, thank you again for your hard work today. And I wish you all, Mr. Robinson, a good afternoon. Court is in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe.
My bad, guys. It went somewhere else. I wasn't even trying to go there. So it's looking like May 18th, 19th, and the 21st. They will have Mr. Robinson back in court to fight for his life, man. You know, all right, we got news from the White House. Let's go here with Caroline Levy.
As we approach the end of the year, it is a great time to reflect on how much progress our country has made under President Trump's bold leadership. Given the complete mess that President Trump inherited from Joe Biden and radical left Democrats in Congress, what this administration has accomplished since January 20th has been nothing short of remarkable. While most politicians promise big on the campaign trail and break those promises once they get into office, President Trump promised big and has delivered even bigger. On the economic front, after inheriting the worst inflation crisis in over 4 decades, President Trump's pro-growth policies are making tremendous progress to make America affordable again. Under the painful
I
Biden...
don't know. She looked like a judge up there, Yana. Yana say, what she got on? Well, she looked like a judge up there today.
Years, inflation reached a record high 9% and devoured Americans' purchasing power. In President Trump's term thus far, inflation has dropped to an average of just 2.7%, marking critical progress. The Trump administration is working hard every single day to bring down the cost of living through bigger paychecks and lower prices. Real wages are finally on the rise again and on pace to increase to roughly $1,200 for the average American worker this year. To put that into perspective, real wages declined by almost $3,000 under the Biden administration. That means Americans right now are on track already to make up 1/3 of the $3,000 in lost wages under Joe Biden. There's much work to do, but this has already been...
Yeah, and I received a report that her sister-in-law got out of being detained by ICE. Like, she's out now. They let her go, guys. Her sister-in-law, you know, Caroline Levy's sister-in-law, was recently detained by ICE, put into one of those facilities, and last report says she released now.
Significant progress. President Trump has also delivered resoundingly on his promise to end Joe Biden's insane war on American energy and make sure our country has reliable and affordable energy produced right here at home. As a result, the nationwide average for regular gas just fell to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. According to data from Gas Buddy released on Monday, average gas prices have now dipped below $3 per gallon in 37 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 22 states, and below $2.50 per gallon in 5 states. Just a few years ago, we saw record high price gas of nearly $5 per gallon. American families faced constant pain at the pump, and those costs caused the price of everything else to go up as well. In fact, the average cost for a gallon of regular gas in the country was the most expensive price during a presidential term in U.S. history under Biden's disastrous leadership, even with them recklessly draining our strategic reserves to try and artificially decrease prices. But thanks to President Trump, those days are long behind us. In the months ahead, Americans can expect prices to fall even further. We know that when gas gets cheaper, everything else gets cheaper too. And that's what this president is focusing on. Americans can also expect another boost to their bank accounts in the months ahead, as 2026 tax refund season is upon us after the holidays, and it's projected to be the largest ever thanks to President Trump's passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. According to recent analysis from Piper Sandler, when Americans file their taxes early next year, their refunds could be about 1/3 larger than usual, or roughly an extra $1,000 per filer. That is money straight into the pockets of the American people. It's only because of President Trump and Republicans' leadership that Americans will now pay no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. President Trump and Republicans believe hardworking Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned money, but Democrats, on the other hand, every single one of them, voted against these massive tax cuts. So remember that the next time Democrats try to talk about affordability. Democrats don't have a single clue about how to make America more affordable. They just spent the last 4 years creating the very affordability crisis that President Trump is fixing right now. And if given the chance of power ever again, the Democrats will implement those same policies and jack inflation right back up to where it was. Finally, at the border, President Trump has restored America's sovereignty and made our country safe again. This is the single greatest and fastest national security victory in modern American history, and it's not even close. The latest preliminary numbers released from the month of November show we have the most secure border in our nation's history. This is a remarkable achievement. November encounters came in even lower than the previous historic low in October, if you can believe it. There were only 30,367 total encounters nationwide. That's lower than the previous record set in October. And for the 7th consecutive month, U.S. Border Patrol released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Let me repeat, 7 months of 0 illegal aliens being released into our country. This is a historic achievement, and it's one that every law-abiding American citizen should be grateful for. At this point, in 10 months under President Trump's unmatched leadership, we've seen less apprehensions overall than we saw in just 1 month under Joe Biden. Again, let me repeat, in 10 months under President Trump, we've seen less apprehensions at the southern border than we saw in 1 month under the previous president. Again, remarkable results. All in all, the economy is back on track and ready to boom over the next 3 years. Biden's inflation crisis is over. Prices are coming down. Wages are rising. The border is fully secure, and America's best days are to come. President Trump has kept his word and delivered for the American people over the past year, and he will not stop fighting, as you heard from him directly this week, until our country and every state in this country is better than ever before. So with that, I will take your questions today. I know there's a lot of news. We'll start with our new media seat. Mr. Bowling, it's great to see you here. He's of Real America's Voice. He's also the host of Edge, his interview and commentary podcast. Please, Eric, why don't you kick us off?
Caroline, thank you very much for this and inviting me to the new media seat. As you point out, affordability crisis, it strikes me energy prices have been coming down aggressively since President Trump's second term, approaching $55 a barrel for oil. Gasoline, as you point out, under $3 a barrel nationally, first time in 5 years. By the way, that $55 barrel oil is about half of the peak under the last 4 years of the last administration, half the price. Wholesale prices come down, yet affordability crisis. A lot of the folks in this room, a lot of legacy media, some people in the front row, seem to want to call this an affordability crisis right now, forgetting the fact that over the last 4 years prior, we hit 9% inflation. Wages, as you point out, were stagnant at best, sometimes had dipped. That's a real affordability crisis there, but they weren't really calling it that then. You point out how President Trump is changing the affordability in America, but how will he ensure that the legacy media doesn't flip the script and change it so that they're using affordability as their word, their idea, versus what the American people who know much better.
Yeah, well, it's a great question, Eric, and it's a point of frustration for the president and for myself. I will say that's part of the reason I just kicked off this briefing today, setting the record straight with facts about the economic mess that the president inherited from his predecessor, Joe Biden. And he's focused on digging our country and our economy out of that hole every day. Things are getting better, and they will continue to. And President Trump understands better than any politician in this city the pain that the American consumer has been feeling for years now because of the last administration's policies. You heard him in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania this past week campaigning and talking to these voters, saying, I was elected to fix this problem and I am fixing it. Don't forget who created it, and that's the Democrats. And I think when you hear the president talk about affordability, he's saying the Democrats are the greatest con artists in history because they are now trying to claim ownership of an issue that they created. And every data point and every economic metric does in fact show that the economy is improving. And so I do wish more people would report on those facts. I do wish that more people would remind the American public how we got here and why. It does not mean this president is discarding the feelings of the American people. He gets it better than anyone, which is why his entire administration has been focused on the issue of the economy and energy prices since day one.
If I may
Sure.
follow up. It's reported that around 10,000 commercial driver's license operators have been pulled by your transportation secretary department. Will the president apply that same metric? The reason was the operators weren't speaking or reading English to a level that was safely, people thought they would safely be able to operate trucks on our roadways. It's estimated in California around 40% of Uber drivers, Uber and Lyft drivers, don't speak English proficiently, and the number's 45% in Minnesota. Will this same rule or metric apply to the gig economy like Uber and Lyft?
So I don't have any announcements on further regulations, if you will, from the Department of Transportation with respect to this issue. However, I will just reiterate the Trump administration's position is that truck drivers, particularly those driving big rigs on our nation's road and highways, who have a great responsibility to keep the American public and their fellow citizens safe, should be speaking English and should have an ability to read English proficiently. I think that's a very common sense policy to have. And we've unfortunately seen, and the Department of Transportation has uncovered and is actively working to fix these state-sponsored commercial trucking driver licenses, which were going to people who are not qualified to be driving these massive trucks on American roads, and they're endangering the lives of our fellow citizens. We've unfortunately seen many vehicle accidents across the country where people have lost their lives because of drivers that were just simply unqualified to be driving these trucks. So I know this is something DOT and Secretary Duffy take very seriously. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Based on the way that things stand right now, is Operation Southern Spear about drugs or is it about oil?
What I will tell you, Peter, is that the Trump administration is focused on doing many things in the Western Hemisphere. The president has taken a new approach that has not been taken by any administration for quite some time to actually focus on what's going on in our own backyard. And there are two things that are very important to this administration. Number one, stopping the flow of illegal drugs into the United States of America, which we know has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. The president promised on the campaign trail that he would demolish the foreign terrorist organizations and drug cartels around the world, especially right here in our own hemisphere, and you have seen that he is delivering on that promise. With respect to the oil and what happened yesterday, the Department of Justice requested and was approved for a warrant to seize a vessel because it's a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil to the IRGC, which you know is a sanctioned entity. So the president is committed to stopping the illegal flow of drugs into our country. He's also fully committed to effectuating this administration's sanction policy, and that's what you saw and the world saw take place yesterday.
And because you said the president is trying to do a lot of things at once, he talks a lot about how he thinks the way to bring down prices for everything would be to bring down the cost of energy. Would he use this seized Venezuelan oil to try to help Americans with affordability here in the United States?
Well, what I can tell you right now, the vessel has been seized, as you know, and the Department of Justice did that in conjunction with the Coast Guard and the Department of War. The vessel is currently undergoing a forfeiture process right now. The United States currently has a full investigative team on the ground, on the vessel, and individuals on board the vessel are being interviewed and any relevant evidence is being seized. With respect to the oil, that's a different issue. As you know, Peter, the vessel will go to a U.S. port, and the United States does intend to seize the oil. However, there is a legal process for the seizure of that oil, and that legal process will be followed.
And just my last one on this. If President Trump launches a bigger military campaign in the Caribbean, is he jeopardizing a possible Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, the president has proven over the past year that he is more than worthy of the Nobel Peace Prize. I think he's been nominated for it nearly 100 times this past year, which is definitely a record. He's solved, I think, 9 conflicts around the world. We are up to now. He's actively working on the Russia-Ukraine war, which is the big one as we speak, and has been over the past year. With respect to any additional action in Venezuela, I'm definitely not going to get ahead of the president or the United States military. Mary.
It now seems all but certain that the Obamacare subsidies will expire at the end of the year. It means more than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their health care costs to soar. Is the president prepared to let this happen, or is he going to step in?
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same. As you have seen, Senate Republicans put forth their own legislation earlier this week. As for the subsidies that are set to expire, I would like to remind you and everybody at home why this is on the brink of happening. Democrats wrote Obamacare. They passed it without a single Republican vote, and then they ballooned it with these expensive COVID subsidies that completely distorted the health insurance market. And then they doubled down, extending those subsidies and setting their own expiration date right now in 2025, which the administration is obviously well aware of, and we are working. The president is working with his healthcare policy team here at the White House, as well as Republicans on Capitol Hill, to find a solution.
You said he's working to find a solution. He wants to see a solution to lower healthcare costs.
He does.
But these subsidies are expiring at the end of the year. So what is the plan, and what is he going to do to put this in place in the next 2-3 weeks?
You'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that very soon. As for wanting a solution to lower healthcare costs, I'm glad you said it, because the president is doing just that. He has made unprecedented progress towards lowering healthcare costs in this country and drug prices. He's secured numerous most favored nation drug price deals, with many more to come. As you know, the One Big Beautiful Bill, the working family tax cut, significantly expanded access to health savings accounts for those on Obamacare. Again, a Democrat written program and approved program, which has led to higher healthcare costs in this country. So it goes back to the issue of affordability. Democrats are now pretending they want a solution to this issue, but they created the problem. The president and Republicans are currently coming up with creative solutions and ideas to lower healthcare costs for the American people, and you'll continue to hear more from them on that.
Before these subsidies expire?
I just said you're going to continue to hear more from the president and Republicans on this issue, I'm sure. Sure, Bloomberg, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said he was going to be holding a call with the leaders of Thailand and Cambodia. Have those calls taken place? Is there a readout you can share?
The president has not yet engaged in those calls, and when he does, I'm sure you'll hear from him directly, as you always do, after foreign leader calls or from somebody here at the White House. I do know, with respect to the conflict in the peace deal in Thailand and Cambodia and some of the conflicts you've seen arise, reports of that in the press over the past couple of days. The president addressed it in Pennsylvania. The administration is obviously tracking this at the highest levels and is very much engaged. I spoke with Secretary Rubio about it this morning.
And will senior U.S. officials be meeting Saturday with European and Ukrainian officials to discuss the peace plan?
Look, the United States and the Trump administration continues to be very much engaged in trying to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end. The president had a call with Europeans yesterday. His special envoy Witkoff and his team continue to talk with both sides literally as we speak. If there is a real chance of signing a peace agreement, if we feel like those meetings are worthy of someone on the United States' time this weekend, then we will send a representative. It's still up in the air whether we believe real peace can be accomplished and we can truly move the ball forward. The president is extremely frustrated with both sides of this war, and he is sick of meetings just for the sake of meeting. He doesn't want any more talk. He wants action. He wants this war to come to an end. And the administration has spent more than 30 hours, just in the past couple of weeks, meeting with the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Europeans and speaking with them as well. So we'll see about the meetings this weekend, and stay tuned.
President read President Zelensky's latest proposal that was sent over yesterday.
He's aware of it, yes. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So the Fed chairman, the president says that he's interviewing candidates. So I just want to be clear. So the pick has not been locked in, and could we get an announcement before Christmas?
I know every business outlet in the world is just chomping at the bit for a scoop or something on this Fed chair announcement. I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I know there's been a lot of reports about potential meetings this week with potential candidates. Look, as always, this is a decision the president himself is going to make. And I know there's a lot of reporting out there from anonymous sources who claim to know something. I would wait and see what the president himself does and announces, and I certainly won't be the one to get ahead of him on that.
On the economy, can I ask you about it?
Michael, go ahead.
On the next Fed chair, does the president have an expectation that his pick will lower interest rates next year to his liking?
I think the president has been quite clear about what he believes the Fed should be doing, which is lowering interest rates. I know there was a 1/4 point reduction this past week, and the president was pleased to see that, but he thinks more should be done. Philip.
Thank you, Caroline. On these advanced NVIDIA H200 chips, why is the president willing to allow China to have access to one of America's chief technological advantages?
Look, I will tell you just a couple of things. The president put out his own statement on this, which I do think highlights his exact thinking. What you see from the president on Truth Social is most of the time what you hear from the president behind closed doors privately. He told President Xi that NVIDIA will only be shipping H200 products to approved customers in China under conditions that will allow for continued strong national security. The administration continues to maintain a strict export control regime, and we are ensuring that the Blackwell chip and other advanced technologies stay right here in America, and these H200 chips will only be sent to China after undergoing a security inspection here in the United States. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Caroline. New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani put out a video recently telling immigrants in New York City they have the right to stand up to ICE. Are you concerned this will inspire New York City residents to resist ICE operations, and what will the Trump administration do if this happens?
The Trump administration is definitely concerned about the rise in violence and attacks and physical threats that we have seen against our brave men and women who wear the ICE uniform. Again, these are agents who are just simply doing their jobs. They are enforcing our nation's immigration laws, and we've seen more than a 1,000% increase in violent attacks on them and their families. They've been doxxed, they've been harassed, many of them have been physically assaulted and attacked. So we condemn that wholeheartedly. I know the administration has done a lot to protect our ICE agents, and the president stands firmly behind them in conducting these enforcement operations. And there's a lot of talk from Democrat politicians in New York, but the Trump administration will continue to do our jobs in every state, and that's to remove illegal aliens and public safety threats from American communities. Sure.
Thank you.
I'll go to the gentleman who's very eager, and then to you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Obviously, Jasmine Crockett, who the president has openly criticized, just entered Texas' Senate race. I asked Mike Johnson, who said that Texas largely supports the president. Crockett, on the other hand, says that Trump is an example of extremism. She says that her support is a referendum on Trump. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. And has Trump made any statements since she's announced her candidacy?
Not to my knowledge, as you know, from the White House podium. As a government employee, I'm not privy to comment on future elections, but I do think the president has made his thoughts on Ms. Crockett quite clear, and I do believe he thinks she is wholly unqualified for the office that she is seeking. Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. A federal judge today ordered the immediate release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from ICE detention. Does the White House have a response to that, and does the administration plan to appeal that decision?
Absolutely. The White House, the administration opposed this activism from a judge who is really acting as a judicial activist, which we've unfortunately seen in many cases across the country. Abrego Garcia is present in our country illegally. He is a proven human trafficker. He is a proven gang member. The administration has evidence of that. And as you saw from the Department of Homeland Security, they issued a statement saying they'll continue to fight this legal battle in court. Caitlin.
Two questions. I have one on Venezuela to follow up, but first on affordability, since we were talking about the economy at the beginning. If the economy is as strong as as the president has said it is, then why is he telling parents 2 weeks before Christmas that they should only buy 2 or 3 dolls for their children?
Look, what the president is saying is that if we want products made right here in America, if we want them to be made from American small businesses, which is a large part of the reason the president has effectively implemented tariffs, then we're going to have better quality products right here in the United States. Maybe you'll pay $1 or $2 more, but you will get better quality and you'll be supporting your fellow Americans by buying American. And that's what the president was saying. Again, with respect to affordability, every economic metric, Caitlin, and I wish you would report more on it, does in fact show that the economy is getting better and brighter than where it was under the previous administration. I will repeat, inflation as measured by the overall CPI has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. Real wages are increasing, roughly $1,200 for the average worker. Gas prices are down in almost every single state across the country. Again, in 22 states, it's below $2.75. You look at the tax cuts, those are going to go into effect next year. So the best is yet to come. The president is digging our country out of the economic hole that the previous administration put us in, and that's what he's talking about.
It was a year ago, as you know, and grocery prices have been up. So we've covered the economy, but there's mixed signals in terms of what that looks like. But on
inflation is down from where it was. As measured by the overall CPI, it has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. This is down from what the president inherited. The president inherited 2.9% in January. Today it's at about 2.5%. So we're trending in the right direction with more to come. And I would remind you, when President Trump left office in his first term, inflation was 1.7%. And the previous administration jacked it up to a record high 9%. So again, in 10 months, the president has clawed us out of this hole. He's kept it low at 2.5%, and we believe that number is going to continue to decline, especially as energy and oil prices continue to decline as well.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. But I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was. Well, and the previous administration said that too. My predecessor stood up at this podium and she said inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure, and people like you just took her at her word, and those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth, backed by real factual data, and you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president. Go ahead. I'm not going to take your follow-up. Go ahead.
Is the White House optimistic about the upcoming redistricting vote in Indiana and what happens if it fails?
We'll see how the vote plays out. That's a political matter and frankly a legal one, and I won't comment on it here. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm going to go back to the Fed. I have two topics I just want to address with you. The first one on the Fed. The president did say yesterday that he was meeting with Kevin Warsh.
This is your favorite story in the world, Brian.
It is our favorite story. The president said yesterday he was meeting with Kevin Warsh to talk about the Fed chair, an interview for a Fed chair role. Can you just say how that interview went with him?
I won't comment on private meetings without the president's approval to do so.
Okay. And the second thing is on the Netflix Warner Brothers deal. The president did address this also yesterday. He said that he believes that the sale of CNN should be attached to that deal with Netflix or with Paramount, if anything happens down the road with them. Can you just explain what the president's planning to do going forward to continue to make that case similar to what he made yesterday?
Well, I think the president's comments yesterday about the sale of CNN and new leadership is evidenced by my exchange with the CNN reporter in this room. Their viewership has gone down, their ratings has declined, and I think the president rightfully believes that network would benefit from new ownership. With respect to this deal, he has great respect for both companies who are bidding against one another, and I won't weigh in any further than that. In the back, go ahead.
Thank you.
I wasn't calling on either of you, but I'll take both your questions and then to you. Go ahead.
I have two questions. One is South Korea, one on the Japan. First question, the recent U.S.-South Korea trade fact sheet made no mention of agricultural products. Does the United States want to completely open its rice and beef market to South Korea? And second question on Japan. China is using its military power to surround Okinawa, Japan. Is the United States concerned about the military conflict between China and Japan? And what action will the United States take?
Okay. To your first question on South Korean beef or beef exports to South Korea, I will check with our trade team and we will get you an answer on that. To your second question with respect to Japan and China, the president has a phenomenal relationship with the new Prime Minister of Japan, as you know. He was pleased to meet her when we went to Asia a couple of months ago, and they have spoken a few times since. They continue to be engaged with one another, and Japan is a great ally of the United States, as evidenced by their personal relationship and our continued trade relations with Japan. With respect to China, the president also has a good working relationship with President Xi, which he believes is a good thing for our country, and he believes that the United States should be in a position to have a good working relationship with China while maintaining our very strong alliance with Japan.
Yesterday, President Trump was speaking about drug production in Colombia. He said that the president of Colombia better wise up or he's gonna be next. What was he meaning exactly? And the other thing is that President Gustavo Petro of Colombia responded to that statement by issuing a formal invitation to President Trump to go to Colombia and to see firsthand how the authorities in Colombia are fighting against drugs. Do you think that President Trump would consider that?
Well, that's very interesting. I hadn't heard the news about that invitation. I will let the president speak directly to it on whether or not that's something he would entertain. But as for his comments yesterday towards President Petro, he has been saying some very alarming and frankly insulting things towards the United States of America, and the president doesn't like it. Yes, in the blue.
Caroline?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The president's been spotted out and about a number of times with bandages on his hands. Could you please explain what that is about? Secondly, he noted on Truth Social the other day that he had aced 3 cognitive tests. Could you please clarify when those tests took place?
I can do that at a later date. I obviously don't have that in front of me. The president has spoken about that quite extensively throughout the years. As for the bandages on the hand, we've also given you an explanation for that in the past. The president is literally constantly shaking hands. The Oval Office is like Grand Central Terminal. He is meeting with more people than any of you even know about on a daily basis. He's also on a daily aspirin regimen, which is something his physical examinations has said in the past as well, which can contribute to that bruising that you see.
Oh, hold on, y'all.
To say the administration is taking a more active look at the oil industry in Venezuela, whether targeting other oil ships or perhaps Venezuelan oil production facilities in Venezuela.
Well, I won't broadcast any future actions from the administration, but I will just reiterate that the Trump administration is executing on the president's sanction policies and the sanction policies of the United States, and we're not going to stand by and watch sanctioned vessels sail the seas with black market oil, the proceeds of which will fuel narco-terrorism of rogue and illegitimate regimes around the world. Andrew?
Thank you, Caroline. 2 for you. First, when the president announced the farm relief program the other day, Secretary Rollins afterwards, right out there, told us that the program would be paid for by the Commodity Credit Corporation, an existing program. The president keeps saying that it's being paid for by tariff revenue. Why does he keep saying that if the secretary who's running the program says that's not the case? And also about his doll comments from the other night. The president's a billionaire. He's probably the wealthiest person to ever serve as president. Is it a good look for him to be telling parents, oh, you should only buy, 2 or 3 dolls for your kids when he's one of the wealthiest people in the country right now?
Do you think the people in that room in Pennsylvania who the president was speaking to don't know the president's a billionaire? I think that's a very well-established fact. And actually, I think it's one of the many reasons they reelected him back to this office, because he's a businessman who understands the economy and knows how to fix it. And he's doing it right now just like he did in his first term. Sure, go ahead. To the gentleman behind you, Andrew, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. On Gaza, we heard the president say yesterday that the board of peace members are going to be announced early next year. What is the administration doing to move the parties in the region closer toward phase 2 of his peace plan for Gaza?
Sure. Well, first of all, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight what a success it is that 10 months into the president's administration, you're asking me about a peace plan in Gaza, because that's a legitimate reality on the ground right now in the region. And it's only because of this president's leadership that that was able to take place, that all the living hostages were returned. All but one body of the deceased hostages has been returned, and we're still, of course, working on the last one. As for this next phase of the peace process, there is a lot of quiet planning that's going on behind the scenes right now for phase 2 of the peace deal. And when the United States is ready to make those announcements public on the Board of Peace, the ISF, and the Palestinian technocratic government, we will be making those announcements at the appropriate time. But the reason that, you know, the negotiators and the teams on the ground have been rather quiet about this is because I spoke with them this morning. They are trying to be deliberate and thoughtful about this. Peace in Gaza, in the Palestinian Strip, is something, the Gaza Strip rather, is something that people have been trying to accomplish for 70 years. So, you know, this is a complex problem, and this administration wants to be very thoughtful about it, and we want to ensure an enduring and lasting peace. And when those announcements are ready, they will be made. Sure.
Thank you. There have been reports that Vladimir Putin called Maduro today to reaffirm his support. I wanted to ask if it is concerning to the president that Putin has given such a warm embrace to Maduro.
I don't think that would be concerning to the president at all, no. I'll let him speak on it further.
Spoken to Putin about that?
He has not spoken to President Putin today, and I understand that call took place this morning, so the answer is no.
Question about the ACA, but just first very quickly clarifying Caitlin's question. You acknowledged that CPI in January when you took office was 3%, and in September, the last month for which we have data, it was also 3%, so inflation.
No, it's 2.5%.
Not in September, it was 3%.
It's 2.5%, the average CPI right now. I have it in front of me. In President Trump's first 8 months in office, inflation as measured by the overall consumer price index has slowed to a 2.5 average pace. This is down from the 2.9% inherited in January.
So January is 1 month. So you're in the back. Can I ask you about the ACA really quickly? There are a number of plans that are floating around on the Hill right now having to do with these premium subsidies that are about to expire. Which plan does the White House support?
Again, I have told you now a few times that the president and the Republicans will continue to unveil creative ideas and solutions to the healthcare crisis that was created by Democrats. And I know Chuck Schumer is putting up a vote today. This is a political show vote. Chuck Schumer is not sincerely interested in lowering healthcare costs for the American people. He's putting this vote on the floor knowing that it will fail so he can have another talking point that he can throw around without any real plan or action. If Chuck Schumer actually wanted to lower healthcare costs, I'm sure the president would welcome him and his entire Democrat caucus to a legitimate coordination on the president's policies of bringing down drug prices, these most favored nation deals. Why hasn't Chuck Schumer ever come out in support of those? Those are going to legitimately, they already are, lower drug prices for the American people, and not a word from Chuck Schumer on it. So I think that just proves this is completely political.
On Venezuela, does the president consider the seizure of the oil tanker an escalation or a step towards war with Venezuela?
I think the president considers the seizure of the oil tanker as effectuating the administration's sanction policies, which I've already discussed previously.
Potential invasion or potential land strikes in Venezuela aligned with the president's supporters, the MAGA base, does it risk the potential for a prolonged war and U.S. troops involved in that?
Prolonged war is definitely not something this president is interested in. He's been very clear about that. He wants peace. He also wants to see the end of illegal drugs being trafficked into the United States and taking the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans across our country. And he's thinking about that every day here at the White House. With every drug boat that is taken out by this administration, we are saving thousands of lives by deterring those drugs and stopping those drugs from flowing into our country. You will all, excuse me, you'll all hear, excuse me, you will all see the president tonight. He'll be making remarks at the Congressional Christmas Ball, which will be taking place here at the White House. And later this afternoon, he will be signing some congressional bills and executive orders that we, as always, will keep you apprised of. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, so that went Caroline Leavitt, you know, basically speaking to the American public, guys. They have released, I'm thinking, new videos when it comes to either videos or pictures when it comes to Epstein, guys. They are most definitely rolling out these documents. Check this out.
Show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague Annie Grayer, and basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he has.
95,000 photos, guys.
On his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them, and others, they're a bit silly. Some, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump.
Can we get the likes to 500, guys? We need 20 more likes. Double tap that screen. Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
What Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they had videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Let's go live right now to our senior reporter, Annie Grayer, who's working the story for us. What are we learning, first of all, Annie, from these new images, and what are lawmakers saying about all of this?
Well, Wolf, there are 19 images released by the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, and they're still combing through over 95,000. But these photos really give us an inside look into the most powerful men in the world that Jeffrey Epstein was connected with. And 3 of those photos include President Donald Trump. One of them is with the president and 6 women whose faces are blurred out. There's another photo of the president and 1 woman whose face is blurred out, and a third photo of the president, Epstein, and a woman whose face is not blurred. Then there is a photo of what appears to be a box of novelty condoms with President Trump's face on it, with a price tag of $4.50, with the caption saying, "I'm huge." And Trump is not the only one who is featured in these photos. There's also images of Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Woody Allen. These are some of the most powerful men in the world that have been known to be connected to Epstein previously, but these photos just provide more context on their relationship. There's no evidence of sexual misconduct or sexual activity in these photos, and it doesn't appear that any of the women in these photos are underage, but they come from Epstein's Gmail account. It's unclear who took these photos or what the context was around them, but it's part of the Oversight Committee's broader investigation into Epstein, where they've received thousands of documents. Listen to the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee who spoke with reporters this morning upon these new photos release.
It will take days and weeks to ensure that we got those photos and that a redaction is done in the appropriate way. Let me just also say that Clearly, we have put out, I think maybe 15 to 20 of those photos this morning. Democrats have. We will continue to put out more photos in the days and weeks ahead. But I just caution folks that the redaction process and ensuring that we are protecting the survivors and the women who were abused by Epstein are protected.
Now, Republicans on the panel who are also conducting this investigation are accusing Democrats of cherry picking photos here because, again, these are only 19 photos released over the 95,000 that the committee will have access to and start combing through. But all of this comes as we are waiting for the Department of Justice to release all of the files it has on the Epstein case in its possession that is required by law after passing in Congress last month.
Clearly, there's been an enormous amount of information that have been provided to Congress and the Justice Department, for that matter, from the Epstein estate. Do we anticipate there's a lot more still to come?
Well, that is a moving target, Wolf, but this investigation is ongoing, and
What's up,
the Epstein estate has been extremely cooperative with the committee and provided some of the biggest bombshell pieces of information that we've received so far, including that birthday book from over the summer where President Trump appeared to have written a birthday note to Epstein. So there's a lot of treasure trove of information in there, and we'll wait to see if any more comes out.
Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is speaking about the decision to release that and to release more documents. He's in favor of releasing more of the Epstein files. Listen to this.
But we'll see. Have you seen some of these photos that Democrats on the House Oversight Committee put out this morning from the Epstein estate? I have not. Generally, the DOJ is on the clock. They have less or just about a week to comply with your law and release the files. Do you have faith that the Department of Justice will do that and comply with the law?
I've been encouraged. They went back to the three judges and asked them to release grand jury material in light of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And all three judges have reversed their prior stance, but for a good reason. They cite the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So you've got three grand juries that are going to release all their materials, redacted with the victims' names, to the DOJ. So it's a good sign that the DOJ went back and asked for that grand jury material.
If DOJ doesn't release the files it has by next Friday, is there anything Congress can do to compel that to happen?
Well, I mean, it's a crime if they don't. It's not like they're in contempt of Congress because they didn't respond to a subpoena. This is a new law with, criminal implications if they don't follow it. But I was encouraged, again, by the fact that they went back to these three judges and got the judges to release the grand jury material to the DOJ.
Thank you.
Is that grand jury material enough, do you think, to comply with the law?
No, the grand jury material is just a small fraction of what the DOJ needs to release. Because the FBI and DOJ probably has evidence that they chose not to take to the grand jury because the evidence they're in possession of would implicate other people, not Epstein or Maxwell. So the grand jury material is probably going to just be mostly facts and evidence that was used to convict those two. And what we want to see are the facts and evidence that the FBI and the DOJ have never given to a grand jury.
Let's go. That's what they want to see in the Epstein files, guys. All right, which brings us to our next topic. Miss Kristi Noem, guys, faces hard-hitting questions from Bernie Thompson, man. Basically, they want her to get up out of there. They want her to resign, guys. I'm just saying.
I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member for 5-minute questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gladstein, will you tell me the organizations that pose on the domestic side, two of the organizations, number one, number two, threat to the homeland at this point?
Can you please clarify, like organizations?
Any domestic terrorist organization that poses a threat to the homeland as we speak?
I'd say the first one, President Trump had just announced executive order of domestic terrorist organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What did the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is Antifa headquartered?
Looking for an easier way to get that LLC next to your business
My
name?
bad,
Say
y'all.
hello to
My bad.
What we're doing right now with the organization,
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
we are building out the infrastructure right now.
So what does that mean? We're trying to get the information. You say Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. I'll ask one question, sir. I just want you to tell us. If you said Antifa is the number one domestic terrorist organization operating in the United States, I just need to know where they are, how many people. I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
Sir, you wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove. I know. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did. Madam Secretary, you and the gentleman from NCTC referenced the unfortunate accident that occurred with the National Guardsman being killed.
You think that was an unfortunate accident?
I mean,
it was a terrorist.
No, wait. Look, I'll get it straight. Then you can.
He shot our National Guardsman in the head.
Look, Mr. Chairman, will you direct the witness to allow me to ask my question? It was an unfortunate situation, but you blamed it solely on Joe Biden. I want you to know who approved the asylum application for this same person.
Mr. Thompson, this individual that came into the country.
No, I want to know who approved.
Congressman Thompson, I want you to understand. When this individual came into the country,
I'm not
he came
gonna let you,
under
I'm not going to let you.
evacuation of Afghanistan under Operation Allies Welcome, was thoroughly vetted by the Biden administration at that point in time, allowed into our country, and then was never followed up. I want to remind everybody in Congress.
Reclaim my time.
We follow the law, and every asylum is supposed to have a check-in every single year, and the Biden administration failed to do that. They vetted this individual, allowed them into our country, and did not do
The witness will allow the gentleman to ask his question.
Yes or no? Who approved the asylum claim?
The application on the asylum was thoroughly filled out by information that was gathered by the Biden administration.
So the Biden administration approved the asylum.
The asylum application was put into place under the rules established by the Biden administration.
Reclaiming my time. I don't want to file perjury charges against you, but I'm of the opinion.
She said perjury.
Trump administration, DHS, your DHS, approved the asylum application.
The asylum application moved forward under all of the information and vetting processes that were put in place under the Biden administration, which is when vetting happened. And that's what President Trump has changed. Under President Trump's administration.
My time again.
When
it's obvious you don't want to answer the question. Mr. Kent, you want a shot at it?
The individual was vetted to serve as a soldier in Afghanistan.
Thank you guys
and that vetting standard was used by the Biden administration as a ruse to bring him here. Had we followed the standard operating procedures for special immigrant visas, that individual and none of the allies welcome people would have come to America. That's on Joe Biden.
Gentleman's time has expired.
That was the answer.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. That was a murder that took place in D.C. It was not an unfortunate incident. And those comments are effing disrespectful.
Who is it?
Expect better from the.
It's not a valid point of order. I will now recognize the gentleman from Texas, the former chairman, Mr. McCall, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, great to see you. This hearing reminds me of the novel A Tale of Two Cities. They see it, the Dems see it as the worst of times, but I see it really as the best of times. And what do I mean by that? Under the Biden administration, 15 to 20 million illegal aliens, unvetted, as you indicated, came into this country. What I think most disturbing is Director Kent's testimony. 18,000 known or suspected terrorists got into this country under the Biden administration. That's why we impeached Mayorkas. I was one of the managers. He told his Border Patrol, you don't have to pay attention to federal law when it says shall detain aggravated felons. He disregarded federal law and says, you know what, may detain. It's discretionary. And guess what? We have thousands of aggravated felons now, or if not millions, in this country today. That was the worst of times. Let me go to the best of times. Most secure border I've seen in my 22 years in Congress. And I've dealt with this for a long time. Coming from Texas, being chairman of this committee, the daily crossings are 95% down from the prior administration. That's the best of times. Zero catch and release. My very first bill in Congress 22 years ago was to end catch and release. 22 years later, we finally have achieved that goal. That, Madam Secretary, is the best of times. An all-time record low. America is safer today. I feel so. And when I look at the Venezuelan vessels attacked, the president had every right under the Constitution, Article 2, international waters, cartels designated as FTOs, coming into our country to spread poison to kill Americans. If that's not self-defense, I don't know what is. And then finally, Madam Secretary, thank you for taking out the shadow Iranian oil tankers headed from Venezuela to Cuba, getting around our sanctions that Congress passed. I'm finally seeing an administration flexing its muscle in this hemisphere, which has been neglected for so many years. So air, land, and sea is your charge. It's the military's charge as well. I see the land secure. I see the maritime borders getting more secure, and I applaud you for that. On the air secure piece, I chair the Special Events Task Force. That's FIFA, the Olympics, the 250th anniversary. Drones are the biggest threat as I see it. I see it in Ukraine in its conflict with Russia, and I see it across our border, and I see it at these events. If you could update me, and with the new NDA authorization to allow federal, state, and locals to work together to identify hostile adversary drones and take them down, can you tell me how that will impact your ability, Madam Secretary, to better secure these special events?
Yes, thank you, Congressman McCall, and thank you for your leadership. I understand you're retiring, and I'm sad about that. You've been a statesman. Thank you for serving with such dignity.
Thank you.
The counter drone and drone technology that is out there today, frankly, our authorities haven't kept up with. And so thank you for that legislation. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to truly defend the homeland. Here at the Department of Homeland Security, we are going to be investing upwards to $1.5 billion into drone technology and counter drone technology and mitigation measures that we can deploy not just across different NSC events or large scale events that we're responsible for the security on, but also that we can use to partner with cities and states for celebrations and different things that they may hold as well. So we have the responsibility at the Department of Homeland Security for FIFA and the 11 cities that will be hosting the matches here in the United States, also the Olympics, the America 250 celebrations, also other national security events that happen, such as Mardi Gras and other events that are going on throughout the country. So this program that we will have will not only work within the events that the department is responsible for, but we will be able to sign agreements with states and cities to provide measures that they don't currently have. And we're working with the FAA as well to get what we need to be able to operate. And we don't want just to detect, we don't want to just monitor, we need to mitigate. We need to take these drones down. We need
If
to
I could add, my time's going to expire. There is so much technology out there today, counter drone technology, that I've been working to get into Ukraine to protect them from Russian drones that we can deploy at these events. I'd love to visit with you on that at a later date. And thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes of question.
Hold up real quick. Yeah, we got more. Hold on. With them actually telling her she needs to resign. Yeah, they want her up out of there. No cap.
Going, which communities are impacted, and what we need to do to harden our systems.
I appreciate that, Secretary, and I appreciate the work you're doing with the president. I appreciate his decision to send that increased money to New York. I have a question. Since this is about worldwide threats, can you discuss what DHS's most significant concerns are today for the country?
I would say, Mr. Chairman, what keeps me up at night is that we don't necessarily know all of the people that are in this country, who they are and what their intentions are. We think up to 15 to 20 million people came in under the Biden administration on the invasion over the southern border. They were not vetted. They were allowed to pour in. Our parole programs, our asylum programs, our visa programs were all exploited, and the integrity was demolished under Joe Biden and the leadership of the Department of Homeland Security. And frankly, the entire department was neglected. In fact, I believe the secretary was told at times not to do certain things by the Biden administration to facilitate this invasion. So what keeps me up at night is the individuals that are in this country that wish
She
to
look AI.
And that is why we are so aggressive.
Is she
at
a
making
robot,
sure that we're
guys?
going
Let
out
me know.
And doing investigative work, finding those violent criminals, finding those people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with, and those that want to go after and to harm our American citizens.
Thank you, Secretary. Director Kushine, as you heard and as you said, during the next few years, the United States will host more major events than ever before. This brings obvious security concerns, including counter drones, which we just passed into authorities in the NDAA yesterday. How is the FBI preparing for counter drone threats during mass gathering events?
Chairman, thank you for that question. Counter UAS, the passage of the legislation yesterday is a game changer for us. How we're preparing for that going forward, we just stood up a counter UAS school down in Huntsville, Alabama, where we will train federal officials, state locals, as well to assist with that preparation and implementation of using counter UAS technology. Prior to this passage, it was only the FBI and or DHS that could provide that assistance. Now that this passage of authority, it will allow us to have a greater handling of the threat to a mass event.
Thank you very much. I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gladstein, will you tell me the organizations that pose on the domestic side, two of the organizations, number one, number two, threat to the homeland at this point?
Can you please clarify, like organizations?
Any domestic terrorist organization that poses a threat to the homeland as we speak?
I'd say the first one,
it was an unfortunate situation, but you blamed it solely on Joe Biden. I want you to know who approved the asylum application for this same person.
Mr. Thompson, this individual that came into the country.
No, I want to know who approved.
Congressman Thompson, I want you to understand. When this individual came into the country, he came under evacuation of Afghanistan under Operation Allies Welcome, was thoroughly vetted by the Biden administration at that point in time, allowed into our country, and then was never followed up. I want to remind everybody in Congress.
Reclaim my time.
We follow the law. And every asylum is supposed to have a check-in every single year, and the Biden administration failed to do that. They vetted this individual, allowed them into our country, and did not do due.
Witness will allow the gentleman to ask his question.
Yes or no? Who approved the asylum claim?
The application on the asylum was thoroughly filled out by information that was gathered by the Biden administration.
So the Biden administration approved the asylum.
The asylum application was put into place under the rules established by the Biden administration.
Reclaiming my time. I don't want to file perjury charges against you, but I'm
perjury charges is why
that the Trump administration, DHS, your DHS, approved the asylum application.
The asylum application moved forward under all of the information and vetting processes that were put in place under the Biden administration, which is when vetting happened. And that's what President Trump has changed. under President Trump's
Claim
administration.
my time again.
When
It's obvious you don't want to answer the question. Mr. Kent, you want a shot at it?
Yeah, he say he ain't doing the running round.
The individual was vetted to serve as a soldier in Afghanistan, and that vetting standard was used by the Biden administration as a ruse to bring him here. Had we followed the standard operating procedures for special immigrant visas, that individual and none of the allies.
He don't want to hear it from neither one of them.
That's on Joe Biden.
Gentlemen,
He say they ain't telling them what he want to know.
That was the answer.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. That was a murder that took place in D.C. It was not an unfortunate incident. And those comments are effing disrespectful.
Who is it?
It's better from the
It's not about point of order. I will now recognize the gentleman from Texas, the former chairman, Mr.
Let's
McCall.
go. He said F.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, great to see you. This hearing reminds me of the novel A Tale of Two Cities. They see it, the Dems see it as the worst of times, but I see it really as the best of times. And what do I mean by that? Under the Biden administration, 15 to 20 million illegal aliens, unvetted, as you indicated, came into this country. What I think most disturbing is Director Kent's testimony. 18,000 known or suspected terrorists got into this country under the Biden administration. That's why we impeached Mayorkas. I was one of the managers. He told his Border Patrol, you don't have to pay attention to federal law when it says shall detain aggravated felons. He disregarded federal law and says, you know what, may detain. It's discretionary. And guess what? We have thousands of aggravated felons now, or if not millions, in this country today. That was the worst of times. Let me go to the best of times. Most secure border I've seen in my 22 years in Congress. And I've dealt with this for a long time. Coming from Texas, being chairman of this committee, the daily crossings are 95% down from the prior administration. That's the best of times. Zero catch and release. My very first bill in Congress 22 years ago was to end catch and release. 22 years later, we finally have achieved that goal. That, Madam Secretary, is the best of times. An all-time record low. America is safer today. I feel so. And when I look at the Venezuelan vessels attacked, the president had every right under the Constitution, Article 2, international
So he's saying
waters,
it wasn't a war
cartels
crime, guys.
designated as FTOs coming into our country to spread poison to kill Americans. If that's not self-defense, I don't know what is. And then finally, Madam Secretary, thank you for taking out the shadow Iranian oil tankers headed from Venezuela to Cuba, getting around our sanctions that Congress passed. I'm finally seeing an administration flexing its muscle in this hemisphere, which has been neglected for so many years. So air, land, and sea is your charge. It's the military's charge as well. I see the land secure. I see the maritime borders getting more secure, and I applaud you for that. On the air secure piece, I chair the Special Events Task Force. That's FIFA, the Olympics, the 250th anniversary. Drones are the biggest threat as I see it. I see it in Ukraine in its conflict with Russia, and I see it across our border, and I see it at these events. If you could update me, and with the new NDA authorization to allow federal, state, and locals to work together to identify hostile adversary drones and take them down, can you tell me how that will impact your ability, Madam Secretary, to better secure these special events?
Yes, thank you, Congressman McCall, and thank you for your leadership. I understand you're retiring, and I'm sad about that. You've been a statesman. Thank you for serving with such dignity.
Thank you.
The counter drone and drone technology that is out there today, frankly, our authorities haven't kept up with. And so thank you for that legislation. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to truly defend the homeland. Here at the Department of Homeland Security, we are going to be investing upwards to $1.5 billion into drone technology and counter drone technology and mitigation measures that we can deploy not just across different NSC events or large scale events that we're responsible for the security on, but also that we can use to partner with cities and states for celebrations and different things that they may hold as well. So we have the responsibility at the Department of Homeland Security for FIFA and the 11 cities that will be hosting the matches here in the United States, also the Olympics, the America 250 celebrations, also other national security events that happen, such as Mardi Gras and other events that are going on throughout the country. So this program that we will have will not only work within the events that the department is responsible for, but we will be able to sign agreements with states and cities to provide measures that they don't currently have. And we're working with the FAA as well to get what we need to be able to operate. And we don't want just to detect, we don't want to just monitor, we need to mitigate. We need to take these drones down. We need
If
to.
I could add, my time's going to expire. There is so much technology out there today, counter drone technology, that I've been working to get into Ukraine to protect them from Russian drones that we can deploy at these events. I'd love to visit with you on that at a later date. And thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with my colleague from Texas. It is a tale of two cities. Secretary Noem, Trump administration, you're going after the worst of the worst criminals, and we agree with you. The problem is 70% of the people you've arrested have no criminal record. You're going after non-criminal immigrants, U.S. citizens, and permanent legal residents. Donna Hughes Brown, Irish citizen, green card holder, 48 years in the United States. She also happens to be the mother of a U.S. Marine, sister to a retired Army colonel. She's in ICE detention since July. She tried to come back from Ireland, arrested, has been there since then. Her crime? She wrote 2 bad checks for less than $80 a decade ago. You arrested her, she's in custody. Her husband, Jim Brown, came to us and told us her story. Jim told us, I voted for President Trump because he promised to go after criminals in our community and not people like my wife. If I can, I'd like to play a video for you. You also voted for President Trump.
Yes, sir.
Why did you vote for him?
Because I was an idiot. 80% of the evangelical Christian people were lied to.
Somebody always
if
mad,
you really
Ken.
want to know the truth, and that's exactly what happened. They said criminal, and I believe criminals need to be off the street.
I just want to make sure people watching this understand who you are.
My wife and I, when we don't work, we're ministers. We help the needy. That's what we do. And that's who they're arresting.
Now, we've got Mr. Jim Brown before you. He's standing up. Hopefully you can talk to him a little bit. These people, Donna Hughes Brown, are not the individuals that should be deported. Another case, Narciso Barranco was beaten and arrested by masked agents while working as a landscaper. He's an undocumented immigrant, 30 years in this country, not a traffic ticket. Mr. Barranco is also the father of 3 U.S. Marines. 3 Marines. You want to make a movie of people like this. A man who comes to this country, instills patriotism in his kids. They swear an oath to serve and possibly give up their life for this country. We'll play a video on this as well, please.
Masked federal agents were filmed pinning a man to the ground and repeatedly striking him in the head and neck before putting him in an unmarked car. The man in the video has been identified as Narciso Barranco and is the father of 2 active duty Marines and 1 Marine veteran. The Department of Homeland Security said an illegal alien was arrested by Border Patrol agents after he, quote, assaulted federal law enforcement, adding that Barranco, quote, swung a weed whacker directly at an agent's face. Video shared by DHS and reviewed by CNN shows Barranco running with a weed whacker, but does not show him striking officers.
I also have with us today Alex Barranco behind you, a retired Marine. That's his father. And Alex, on behalf of myself, members here, I want to thank you for your service to our country, and we also thank your brothers for serving our great country. Thank you very much. Got another case. George Rete, 25-year-old, native of California, my home state. He's a U.S. citizen, Army veteran who served in Iraq. Well, on his way to work, he came to an immigration checkpoint. Pulled over. I don't know where officers deployed tear gas on him, broke his car window, pepper sprayed him, and dragged him out of his car. An American citizen held for 72 hours without any charges, wasn't even given the opportunity to shower, to wash off that paper
Gentleman's
spray.
time's expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Mr. Chairman, I have two articles I'd like to present for the record.
Unanimous consent.
Under President Trump, an agency intended to keep Americans safe has diverted resources from child abuse, trafficking, and terrorism to immigration enforcement. Second is this letter from my Orange County Sheriff, Don Barnes, essentially talking about all the individuals under Prop 50 referred to ICE 2025 year to date. 50 of them.
Without objection.
ICE never showed up to pick them up.
Without
Mr.
objection.
Chairman?
I will
Chairman?
entertain, UCs at the end of the hearing. I want to entertain all UC motions at the end of the hearing. We have witnesses. I want to make sure everybody has time. So if we do this now, we do have a witness has to leave. You're just going to be taking time from other members, but I will entertain UC motions at the end of this hearing. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, it's great to see you again. Thanks for appearing before us again. I want to echo some of the remarks of Mr. McCall. I want to first thank you. I want to thank the men and women who serve under your command for the incredible job that you have done over the last 12 months. We have seen that you are active in enforcing the rule of law. We have seen a border that is as secure in our lifetime as we have ever seen. You mentioned in your opening statement over the last 4 years, we saw somewhere between 15 to 20 million illegal immigrants enter the country. Just looking at monthly statistical data, we know that under the Biden-Harris administration, that in December of 2024, that there were over 300,000 illegal immigrants who were encountered along the southern border in that month alone. Recent statistics by the Department of Homeland Security for October, the most recent statistics we have, show that the number of border encounters for October of this year under your leadership have dropped to 11,000, a decrease of over 95%. And so I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for the work that your men and women have done to protect our borders from illegal narcotics entering the country. We saw a press release the Coast Guard sent out this week regarding Operation Pacific Viper. And they mentioned a specific seizure that occurred on December the 2nd by the Coast Guard cutter Monroe, in which in a single incident of interdiction that the Coast Guard had the largest maritime interdiction seizure in almost 20 years, seizing 20,000 pounds of cocaine in an individual seizure. So I thank you for your aggressive actions in enforcing the law and for the incredible work that you and the men and women under your command are doing. I want to talk about, as we talk about threats, I want to talk about threats against law enforcement. Last week, this committee, we had a hearing. The hearing was entitled When Badges Become Targets. And during that hearing, we talked about the threats to law enforcement, specifically federal law enforcement. And even specifically within federal law enforcement, the threats toward ICE agents, the threats toward you and other members of leadership within DHS. We know that those threats and those incidents of physical attack have escalated dramatically, in some cases over 1,000%. And part of the driving force, I believe, behind those threats is what I refer to as rhetoric against law enforcement. And I brought this up last week, and I want to bring this up again with you and give you a chance to briefly address this. These are just roughly 10 of the statements that I was able to easily find online by elected officials, governors, mayors, in many cases, members of Congress, where they were spewing what I believe to be very harmful statements toward law enforcement. Governor Pritzker claimed that ICE is grabbing people off the street and disappearing them, that our country is becoming Nazi Germany. Representative Crockett compared ICE to slave patrols. Representative Garcia referred to ICE as thugs. Representative Ramirez attacked ICE as a terror force, later a terrorist organization, and then later in the hearing said, let me be clear, the Department of Homeland Security, you can quote me on that, is the single biggest threat to public safety right now. Representative Tlaib said ICE is terrorizing our community, turning our country into a fascist police state. Representative Jayapal called ICE agents deranged and said it's inspiring to obstruct immigration enforcement. Governor Walz smeared ICE agents as modern-day Gestapo. Chicago Mayor Johnson accused ICE of being secret police and terrorizing our community. Representative Lynch referred to ICE agents as the Gestapo and nondescript thugs. And Representative Frost compared ICE operations to some of the worst horrors and crimes against humanity in history. And so, Secretary Noem, I'd like to give you a few moments to, one, address these statements and to speak to how these statements place the safety of our men and women of law enforcement at risk.
Thank you, Congressman Guest. I appreciate you giving me the chance to talk about this because I think the words that these elected officials have used to describe our law enforcement officers are horrific, shocking, and unacceptable. Every single American citizen should find the words that they have used to describe these men and women that took an oath to keep us safe unacceptable and needs to be pointed out that we are seeing the consequences of those words every single day by the violent attacks. 1,000% increase in violent attacks, 8,000% in death threats.
Gentleman's time expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar, for 5 minutes of questions. Please remember to stick to the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino and Ranking Member Thompson, for having this hearing today. I know the American people have been demanding answers from this administration on their unlawful actions. So I hope we are able to get some useful answers from our witnesses today. Secretary Noem, this past May, I asked you during a congressional hearing if it was the policy of DHS to follow orders issued by federal courts.
You better have your
said
papers
on the
together,
record,
boy.
and I'm quoting here, we are following all federal orders. End of your quote. Secretary Noem, you lied to me under oath that day. You lied to the American people, and you have betrayed the trust placed upon you in your role as Secretary of Homeland Security. You defied federal court orders when you refused to order the deportation flights to El Salvador in March to turn around. Federal courts have also found your department to have violated federal injunctions in your continue to send non-citizens on deportation flights, with some courts having called your orders unlawful. Secretary Noem, I just have 3 questions for you. 1, why did you lie under oath by saying DHS was following all federal court orders when they clearly were not? Question 2, let me finish my questions. Question 2, why did you mislead the American people when you said that no American citizens have been arrested or detained by federal immigration agents? And my last question, number 3, Donald Trump said that your ICE agents haven't gone far enough. Do you think terrorizing American citizens and assaulting peaceful protesters isn't far enough?
Congressman, the Department of Homeland Security and this administration complies with all federal court orders. We always have, and we always will.
Not true.
And we will continue to appeal. And sir, I will even tell you that at the highest court, at the Supreme Court, the Department of Homeland Security in our litigation has an over 90% success rate in winning at the highest court in our battle against activist judges across this country.
Madam Secretary,
We will continue to appeal. And then when it gets to the highest court and we get a decision, it is proven that
I want to reclaim my time
that we
here.
have been compliant. I will also say,
Madam Secretary, let me.
You want me to answer your questions or not?
I do, but let me, you haven't been telling us the truth. Look, there have been at least 170 known cases of citizens being arrested or detained by federal immigration agents this year alone. This is the truth. Are you lying to the American people right now by denying these reports?
When we are doing our targeted enforcement operations against criminal illegal aliens, individuals that are in that area may be detained until we verify who they are, and then they are released. This has been done for years, and every single law enforcement operation that has always happened, we follow the same protocols, and we continue to do that. We have never once detained or deported an American citizen. We have not held them and charged them. When we find out and verify their identity, and that is when they are released. You also asked about ICE agents going far enough. Sir, I will tell you that every single ICE agent, CBP agent, federal law enforcement officer that's out there doing their work every day, none of them will rest until our communities are safe. None of them will rest until
Secretary, no, it is a fact that you ignored federal orders.
And our children and our grandchildren can grow.
Let me reclaim my time here, please. Let me reclaim. Secretary, no, it is a fact that you ignored federal court orders in March and in May of this year. Do you plan on ignoring more federal orders? I'm sick of your lies. And the American people demand the truth.
Because you keep saying it doesn't make it true.
I am sick of your lies. The American people are sick of these lies. American people demand truth.
America is very happy that finally they have a president in the White House that gets up every day to keep them safe.
Madam Secretary, your incompetence and your inability to truthfully carry out your duties of Secretary of Homeland Security, if you're not fired, will you resign?
Sir, I will consider you're asking me to resign as an endorsement of my work. Thank you very much.
I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. I'll remind members that they are entitled to ask questions during their time. Witnesses are entitled to answer those questions. Members are entitled to reclaim their time. So we're going to have questions and answers. Please allow it. You can reclaim your time if you want, but witnesses are here voluntarily. Please at least give them a chance to answer the questions that you're asking. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's unfortunate that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for 5 straight years now have no concern for anything worldwide threats-wise, and have proven that. We're supposed to be talking about worldwide threats, but unfortunately we're talking about homeland threats in our homeland. And Director, can you just reaffirm the number for us of people that match the terror watch list that are in our country?
There's 18,000 known and suspected terrorists in the country right now that came in under Joe Biden's watch.
18,000?
18,000.
That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
And that's just what we know of, Congressman.
Secretary, despite even members on this committee that have called our law enforcement and ICE and DHS and Border Patrol and other agents names and slandered them, I support you and I support what you're doing to secure the homeland. The Working Families Tax Act allocated $13.5 billion to the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice to reimburse states for the cost of the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. No state suffered more than Texas. Fentanyl, drug and human trafficking, violent crime, stress on local emergency response services caused substantial damage to my district, to our state, to my constituents, to people that live and work in Texas. And in response, our state launched Operation Lone Star to secure the border when the Biden administration abdicated their responsibility to do that. We built miles of border wall. We had other barriers. We deployed state troopers, National Guard to deter the invasion that we suffered during this time period, which cost our state over $11 billion. And so as part of this Working Families Tax Act, we allocated $13.5 billion to reimburse those states. Last month, along with our senators, I led the Republican Texas delegation in sending a letter to you and Attorney General Bondi highlighting this and requesting that the state of Texas be fully reimbursed. And I wanted to get a status on that reimbursement today.
Yes, thank you. And we still to this day remain incredibly grateful to the state of Texas for their leadership during that time. That was challenging times, devastating times for what we saw happening down there. And Texas stepped up in a way that was absolutely incredible. So yes, those dollars are being formulated and allocated. If you remember, many states deployed their National Guard down there. I was governor of South Dakota at that time, and my National Guard was deployed down there as well. So reconciling the costs for every single state and looking at that allocation, we're making sure we're doing due diligence to make sure that it's appropriated correctly.
And just to be clear, I want to make sure that that money does come in the form of the reimbursement to Texas.
That's what we're working with the White House on doing, sir.
Okay. Yeah. When it comes to what Director Kent talked about, these 18,000 people, can you give us an idea of who these people are, what type of threat they pose to us? We saw it wasn't some accident. This was an assassination and a murder. It was not an accident, despite my colleagues saying that it was an accident. It was a murder and an assassination of a National Guard hero. So what other types of threats are you tracking and preventing from happening?
Yeah, I would say, sir, that we face the terrorists that we've faced for years in ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, individuals that are here that are radicalized, but also we face the cartels as they've infiltrated our country under the last administration, their proliferation of human trafficking, drugs, and violence, going after Tren de Aragua as well, MS-13. Those individuals are still a very real, clear danger every day on the streets, and we encounter them, arrest them, and deport them and bring them to justice each and every day. Beyond that, sir, you even have gangs in cities that are localized that are terrorist organizations. The Latin Kings in Chicago are absolutely terrorists to their communities, and we work every day to make sure that we're protecting those communities. So I could not prioritize one over another because they're all killers. They're all killers, and they all are destroying families each and every day.
For both you and Director Kent, do terrorist organizations around the world, such as ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and others, still have an intent to attack America, to attack our homeland, to utilize every method?
Absolutely. Our intelligence and our information that we deal with every single day is addressing those threats on our streets here in the United States.
Director Kent, can you give us an idea of what those tactics, techniques, and procedures could be that we are need to stay alert of?
Honestly, the attacks of October 7th, the decentralized and just barbaric nature of that is the new terrorist playbook. They're not looking necessarily for a spectacular attack like we had on 9/11, but targets of opportunity like we tragically saw with the terrorist attack in Washington, D.C., these smaller cells or even individual operatives taking action. That's what has us very concerned, combined with just the sheer volume.
My time has expired, Secretary. Thank you for your commitment to reimburse Texas. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes of questions.
Madam Secretary, how many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military. I haven't either, but I think you and I can agree that as Americans, we owe everything to those who have served our country in uniform, particularly those who have served in combat. Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this United States that are citizens have legal status here.
Madam Secretary, we are joined on Zoom by a gentleman named Se-Jun Park. He is a United States Army combat veteran who was shot twice while serving our country in Panama in 1989. Like many veterans, he struggled with PTSD and substance abuse after his service. He was arrested in the 1990s for some minor drug offenses, nothing serious. He never hurt anyone besides himself, and he's been clean and sober for 14 years. He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have. Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. Will you join me in thanking Mr. Park for his service to our country?
Sir, I'm grateful for every single person that has served our country and follows our laws.
Can you please tell
And those
Mr.
that our
Park
laws
why
are
you
important,
deported him?
Every one of them needs to be enforced.
But you understand that many veterans struggle with PTSD, many veterans struggle with substance abuse challenges. This man took 2 bullets for our country. You have broad authority, by the way, as Secretary, to issue humanitarian parole, to do deferred action. will you commit to at least looking at Mr. Park's case to see if you can help him find a pathway back to this country that he sacrificed so much for?
I will absolutely look at his case, but I want you
Thank
to
you.
remember that
Madam
our
Secretary, the
programs need to
man
have
behind
integrity
you,
as
please
well.
stand up, sir. His name is Jim Brown from Troy, Missouri. He is a Navy combat veteran who served our country in the Gulf War. He's married to a woman named Donna, who came to our country legally from Ireland when she was 11 years old. She has lived here for 48 years. Because of you, Jim's wife Donna has been in prison for the last 4 months. She did not come here illegally, and she has never committed any crime other than writing 2 bad checks totaling $80 10 years ago. She is currently in prison and facing deportation. Ms. Noem, will you thank Mr. Brown for his service to our country?
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your service to our
Now, what possible explanation can there be for locking up his wife for 4 months when she has committed no crime other than writing a couple of bad checks for $80?
Sir, it is not my prerogative, my latitude, or my job to pick and choose which laws in this country get enforced.
You have broad discretion as the secretary. You can issue parole, you can do all kinds of things, but you're choosing not to. Will you commit again to just reviewing Donna's case and reuniting this combat veteran with his beloved wife, who also loves this country?
I will review the case.
Now, Madam Secretary, you've already heard the story of Lance Corporal Alejandro Barranco, the United States Marine veteran who is behind you, who also has 2 brothers who are United States Marines. Will you thank Lance Corporal Barranco for his service?
Thank you for your service.
His father, Narcisco Barranco, is a landscaper in California who has lived peacefully in our country for 30 years and has no criminal record. Last spring, while he was mowing the lawn at an IHOP, ICE agents tackled him in the street and imprisoned him for weeks. A peaceful, hard-working man who raised 3 sons to be United States Marines. We need men of that character in this country. Again, as Secretary, you have broad discretion. Will you consider Lance Corporal Barranco's father for parole in place to stay in our country, owing to the fact that he has contributed to our country by raising 3 United States Marines?
This is an opportunity to remind everybody that every person that's in this country illegally has an opportunity to voluntarily go home and come back the right way.
He raised 3 United States Marines.
We will facilitate that.
He has been living here peacefully, doing his job for 30 years. You have discretion. You are choosing not to use it. Madam Secretary, you promised America that you would go after the worst of the worst. But these people are not the worst of the worst. A Purple Heart recipient, a military spouse, the father of 3 Marines. And it's not just veterans and military families. You are locking up and deporting children with cancer, mothers with babies in the NICU, United States citizens. There are many problems with your leadership, but the biggest problem is this. You don't seem to know how to tell the difference between the good guys and the bad guys. Go after the bad guys. Go after the terrorists. Do not go after veterans, Marines, children,
Gentleman's
United
time's
States
expired.
citizens. I yield back.
Time's expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. The previously Democrat-controlled administration allowed over 13 million border crossers from over 170 countries and territories to break our laws, invade our country, rape our women and children, and murder our own people. They set all-time records for the highest number of illegal aliens ever encountered in a single day at 14,500, in a single month at 370,000, and in a single year at 3 million, not including the known gotaways. Thanks to Secretary Noem and the hard work of Tom Homan and all the brave men and women at DHS, our new Republican-controlled admin has produced the safest and most secure border our country has ever seen. Thank you very much for that. For the 7th consecutive month, U.S. Border Patrol released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Daily average apprehensions at the southern border are 95% lower than the daily average under the last administration. 10 months under Trump has seen less apprehensions than 1 month under Biden. Since January 21 through the end of November, there have been 117,105 total enforcement encounters along the southwest border, which is nearly 40% less than the monthly average during the Biden administration. Meanwhile, there has been an 8,000 increase in death threats against ICE law enforcement. Secretary Noem, back in July, the department put out a press release titled Worst of the Worst. Criminal proceedings begin in a case of transgender illegal alien accused of rape, child rape, not just rape, child rape of a 14-year-old boy in a sanctuary New York City bathroom. I wanted to highlight this case because it encapsulates so many different violent policies of Democrats. This is an increase in trans violence with their embrace of gender ideology, an egregious catch and release policy implemented under the last 4 years, and sanctuary cities that harbor criminal, illegal alien monsters that have raped and murdered many Americans. Can you discuss further what you're facing in these sanctuary cities and the illegal alien monsters that have been released into American communities under the Biden administration?
Yeah, unfortunately, Congresswoman, we arrest individuals like that every day because they're so prevalent on our streets because of what happened under the Biden administration. Every day we're able to go out and encounter and bring to justice individuals who are raping our children, murdering our mothers, our grandmothers, our families are devastated by them. And I'm shocked at the Democrats' constant defense of these individual criminals over the American citizen that is out there just trying to live their lives, put food on the table, and live the American dream. And what we do at the Department of Homeland Security by making sure that we're out enforcing the law every day is making sure that those families get a chance to do that. So I'm so grateful for them. The 8,000% increase in death threats is real. These ICE agents and CBP officers that are out on our streets doing God's work live in these communities. They live there. These are their families and their neighbors that they're protecting, and they get up every day and do that job because they believe in their mission. They take an oath, and they are honorable men and women who are serving with greatness during a challenging time when activists and radicals attack them and put their lives in danger. I think it's shameful to see the defense of individuals who break our laws. We are a nation of laws. If we are not a nation of laws, we're no nation at all. And that is what we are doing every day, is following those. If you guys don't like the law, go change it. That's your job. You don't complain. I was raised by a dad who said we don't complain about things. We fix them. Well, go fix them. If you don't like the law, quit bellyaching, quit hitting and attacking our ICE officers, quit going out and protesting and screaming vile things at them, quit calling them names. We wouldn't let our children do that. Go do something that actually matters by having an honest debate and changing the law. That's your jobs. You all should be fired, in my viewpoint.
I agree. Thank you so much for that, Secretary Noem. Back in 2021, I was one of only 16 members who voted against the Allies Act of 2021, which increased the number of special immigrant visas for Afghan nationals and loosened vetting requirements for eligibility. This brought in over 76,000 Afghans. Director Kent, what actions are being taken to identify and remove any of the 100,000 Afghan nationals admitted under the Biden admin who may have ties to terrorism, like the one who shot 2 National Guard members, tragically killing Sarah Beckstrom here in Washington, D.C.?
I'm sorry, gentlelady's time is expired, but
Can he just answer?
no, we're
quickly?
keeping everything quick to the 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but gentleman from New York is now recognized, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Noem, let's talk about the law. Do you agree that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country? Yes or no?
There's an asylum program, yes, in place.
All right. So immigrants then with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Your question was?
Immigrants with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country.
There are individuals in this country that have applications that.
And they are legally here because it's a lawful pathway, right?
It's a lawful platform.
Okay, so if your department then deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with.
I'm not asking about Joe Biden. I'm asking you a specific question. If your department deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Is that correct?
It was greatly violated when they allowed.
I'm asking you.
People to come.
I'm asking you.
asylum applications.
Why are you filibustering? Why can't you answer the question? It's a
Because,
simple
Joe,
question.
your president
If your department
and your secretary
deports
did not follow the
anyone
law,
with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Isn't that correct?
the asylum program was
Okay.
broken under the
Mr.
last.
Chairman, I will reclaim my time. She's not answering the question. But the obvious answer is that yes, if you follow a lawful pathway, asylum is a lawful pathway. If you have an open asylum case, you are here lawfully. But the problem that we are seeing around the country is that you are not following the law. Don't tell us to change the law. If you don't like the asylum system, you change the asylum law. Bring it to us. We'll work with you. I think it needs to be changed. But you can't just decide that you're not going to follow the law, and asylum is a law, and deport people who have ongoing applications. Unfortunately, that is exactly what's happening. It's happening across the street from my office right in New York City. Numerous thousands of people who have come to court appearances, have left them with open asylum applications, have been arrested. And then they've been shipped off and many deported. In September, one applicant was ripped away from his wife and small children after such a court appearance. And then this happened to his wife. Please play the video. No, it's not. It's not this one. All right, it's not this video. Here it is. Now, after this incident, your department issued a statement that said the officer's conduct in this video is unacceptable and beneath the men and women of ICE. Our ICE law enforcement are held to the highest professional standards, and this officer is being relieved of current duties as we conduct a full investigation. 3 days later, you reinstated that officer and you put him back on duty. I sent you a letter and asked you what investigation was done and why was he reinstated. You did not answer that letter. So I'm going to give you an opportunity right here to explain to me that if that officer's conduct was, quote, beneath the men and women of ICE, unquote, why did you reinstate him?
Sir, that investigation was completed. I can give you that investigation and the information that you would like. This is.
Well, I wrote you 2 months ago. Why haven't you given it to me yet?
I'm actually surprised that you haven't gotten it. I'm going to ask my staff about that.
Well, you shouldn't be surprised because generally speaking, you do not respond to us.
Hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of your letters.
Now, the other problem that we are seeing all over the country is that your officers are wearing masks, are dressed in plain clothes, often going around without identification.
All of our officers are identified.
I'm not asking a question. I introduced the No Secret Police Act to stop this. And we now have 113 co-sponsors so that they will not be masked and that they will identify themselves. And you say all of them are identifying themselves. That is not the case because last month in New York City again, the NYPD officers were injured by your masked plainclothes ICE officers after they were called from 911 as residents witnessed your officers pulling individuals out of their vehicles and chasing them down the street. I also asked you what happened there. How were the NYPD officers injured by your officers? And you didn't respond. What's the answer?
Sir, our individual officers
Gentlemen's time
are
is
identified.
time has expired.
I yield back.
I recognize gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Noem. Thank you, Director Kent and Director Glasson for your patriotism, your service to our country. Thank you to the families for allowing everyone to serve. We're grateful for that. Democrats like to show clip after clip. I represent a district that's half of the southern border. Our lives were turned upside down under Joe Biden, and now we have our lives back due to President Trump and due to the policies that y'all are executing. So thank you. I have one question, but I'm going to try to, if there's time. I think it'd be important for the American people to get an update on the role Coast Guard played in the Venezuela oil tanker seizure. But first, I'd like to once again, thank you for being here. And so I'd like to first thank you, CISA. Thank you for keeping our nation's critical infrastructure safe. You are our nation's cyber first responders. Thank you to the Coast Guard during our Texas floods. You showed up, Coast Guard showed up, you saved lives. Thank you to the Coast Guard for all the work that they've done in Jayadov South. They've been the tip of the spear in the Southcom AOR for a long time. Their work often goes unnoticed. Thank you, HSI, for leading these anti-gang task force. They work. They're going out there. You're apprehending murderers. You're apprehending sexual offenders. You're doing it in a local, state, federal way. They're working. Thank you for that. Thank you, ICE. Thank you for keeping us safe by deporting all these people. I really appreciate the innovative idea of DHS owning its own airplanes. It's ridiculous that we had to essentially contract out in order to have these repatriation flights. That is a game changer. Thank you for that. Thank you, ERO, for adding bed space. This is exactly how we continue to deport the millions of convicted criminal aliens that are in this country. Thank you, NCTC, for keeping us safe. You're exactly right. We thank you for vetting, for going out and finally doing the role of vetting these people. You and I served overseas. Many of us did. And we know oftentimes it was more dangerous at the chow hall than outside the wire, right? So thank you for that vetting. Thank you, Border Patrol, for ending catch and release. Thank you, TSA, for keeping us safe during all our travel, and then also looking into any future vulnerabilities. Thank you, Secret Service. Thank you for not only keeping our leaders safe, but a lot of people don't realize Secret Service is key to school safety. I think that's just so important that brings us all together. I wanted to say I want to use the bulk of my time to just thank you, because we don't do that enough here. It's always finger pointing. It's always somebody else's fault. Please go back to your agencies and thank the men and women that are serving every day and helping to keep this country safe. With that, I'd like to give you a little time to talk about the Venezuelan situation and what the Coast Guard is doing.
The operation that was conducted yesterday morning was a Coast Guard-led operation. It was in partnership with the Department of War and the Department of Justice, the FBI as well, and it was a successful operation directed by the president to ensure that we're pushing back on a regime that is systematically covering and flooding our country with deadly drugs and killing our next generation of Americans. Just the drugs that the Coast Guard has been able to interdict on the waters since that President Trump has been in office has been enough lethal doses of cocaine to kill 177 million Americans. That's 2/3 of our country that has been saved by blowing up, by going after and bringing to justice these individuals that are out at sea, and those individuals that are funding it with a shadow fleet of sanctioned oil that should never be sold to benefit their profits and their pockets to kill Americans.
Thank you for that update. For many of us that served in uniform, oftentimes it was overseas. It was in the Middle East, or it was in Asia, or it was in Europe. And I think those AORs are very important. But for too long, president after president, our backyard has been left wide open, and we're completely shocked why all these terrorists are in our country and all these people are unvetted. All this chaos is happening when in our own backyard was unsafe. So thank you again for one. I know you traveled and you met with heads of state, El Salvador, Mexico, a couple that come to mind. But I just want to thank you and for making our backyard a priority, and ultimately to keep Americans safe. Texans are more safe today than we were a year ago. And a lot of that is due to President Trump and due to the leadership that I'm seeing right here of executing those policies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman.
American citizens have been arrested or detained. We focus on those that are here illegally.
Secretary Noem, you lie and you lied to the American people. I will be including into the record an article by ProPublica from October 16, 2025, entitled, "We found that more than 170 U.S. citizens have been held by immigration agents. They've been kicked." There's nothing smiling about U.S. citizens. I'm sorry, that's very inappropriate. Let me continue. They've been kicked, dragged, and detained for days. The next one.
The Trump administration has specifically targeted the worst of the worst. The individuals that we are going after are those that are violent criminals, those that are breaking our laws.
Do you, Secretary Noem,
Again, you lied to the American people. I will be including into the record, an article by the NBC News from December 7, 2025, entitled, ICE has arrested nearly 75,000 people with no criminal records, data shows.
On the top.
The co-equal branch of government, and it is your obligation as a member of the executive branch to honor decisions made by the highest court of the land. Yes or no, Secretary?
We are
Yes.
abiding by all federal judges' orders,
So
absolutely.
the Justice Department said that when the administration was ordered back in March to stop sending detained migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct?
And the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security. And we'll continue to do the right thing, continue to work and protect Americans, no matter what radical judge comes out and tries to stop us. We'll do.
You lied on the record, and you lied to members of this committee. You violated court orders by not turning around deportation flights bound for El Salvador, where we know that hundreds of people under your leadership have reported that they were raped, they were beaten, and they nearly died. And your agents used chemical weapons in Chicago despite court orders from District Court Judge Ellis forbidding their use. Secretary Noem, you, Gregory Bovino, and your ICBP and DHS deputized agents have waged an unaccountable, unlawful, unconstitutional war against communities across the nation. Our residents have been surveilled, they've been threatened, they've been tear gassed, they've been hit with pepper balls, they've been shot, they've been subjected to warrantless arrest and precision immobilization maneuvers, they've been kidnapped and disappeared under your leadership. So we have a lot to talk about. But you and your department continue to reject congressional oversight. And you know how I know this? I know this because I've requested a meeting with ICE Field Office Director Russell Hutt. I requested a meeting with Field Office Director Samuel Olson. And when you came to Chicago on October 3rd, I publicly and formally requested a meeting with you. So I'm going to be including a letter I sent on October 3rd requesting a meeting with Secretary Noem. So Secretary Noem, I want to ask you again. Will you commit to meet with me, yes or no?
Let's go.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a lot to talk about. And actually, my scheduler has a couple of dates that I'll get to you after this meeting. I appreciate that. So look, I want to be very clear. You have misused resources appropriated by Congress. You've engaged in unethical behavior. You have repeatedly made false and misleading statements to Congress and to the press, and you've undermined the separation of powers and disregarded the role of Congress and the courts. Bottom line, you lie with impunity, you reject checks and balances, and you ignore Congress and the courts. Your options are limited. Either you're going to resign, Trump's going to fire you, or you will be impeached. I've already called for your resignation. You may remember I hand-delivered my request to you back in May. And I urge you to reconsider resignation because I've taken the first step towards your impeachment, and I've called on the Judiciary Committee to open an investigation into your lawlessness. Mr. Chairman, I know that at the end we'll be entering a number of articles into consent, but since I have a few moments, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter calling the Judiciary Committee to investigate Secretary Noem's impeachable offenses. Whatever you choose, the American people will have justice, Secretary, and you will be held accountable. I'm going to make sure of that.
Wow, guys.
With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr.
They want you
for
gone,
5
girl.
minutes of questions.
You in hot water like P. Hexel.
It's good to see you, and thank you again for coming to Texas after the Kerrville floods. Your team was amazing. Their interaction with the leadership in our state, up and down the chain of command, was outstanding. Not something I read about. I saw it. So I'm speaking from the truth. So let's talk about worldwide threats, if you don't mind. This may go back and forth to Mr. Glasheen and Mr. Kent. My questions, first and foremost, is the nefarious actors globally. They're kind of everywhere. And as we try to protect the motherland, in the cyberspace, air, sea, and land. Something that's come to my attention in the committee hearing we had earlier, undersea cabling. And I don't know if you're a subject matter expert on this. I really wasn't until this hearing, but a large amount of our information flows under the water. Something that most people aren't aware of.
Yes, Bob.
But I can assure you that the bad actors globally probably are. Now, it's multi-jurisdictional from what I understand. It's the Department of Justice, it's Department of War, and then it's Department of Homeland Security. And they kind of juggle the effort. Can you give me some insight on the protection mechanism that Homeland Security has for our undersea cabling? And I consider this a very viable threat specifically for information flow, considering everything that goes back and forth across the water. Can you give me a kind of a high-level briefing considering the atmosphere of what we're looking at?
Yes, I can, and I'll try to leave some time for the other individuals too, but the Department of Homeland Security has 23 different components. Several of them have some responsibility for surveillance and monitoring of those cables and the information that flows through them. So CISA is our cybersecurity agency, which looks for bad actors, hunts down those bad actors, and then hardens our systems. So where we see a weakness or a vulnerability, they help us do that with the interactions we have with private companies, their communications, or other countries. But then we also have our Coast Guard out on the waters each and every day, which help us with surveillance activities to see if there's nefarious actors that would be out there jeopardizing those systems. We have INA, which is our intelligence and analysis. They are the ones that are helping us with our covert operations. They're the ones who are coordinating with our intelligence agencies on what we see as hacking attempts or enemies that would try to endanger those cables or cut them, damage them so that they couldn't be utilized to keep our critical infrastructure going. FEMA is the agency that's responsible for, on our worst day, if we needed something or someone to run the government, if there was an attack in this country, FEMA is the agency that would do that and maintains the resources to making sure that we have an operating government in an emergency disaster situation.
I know there's redundancy on the cabling system, and from what I understand, there's over 1 million miles of cable underwater. I want to make sure that we have enough protection in place so the ripple effect is not catastrophic to the country. Mr. Kent, you got something to add? I was going to shift over to Mr. Glasheen.
In terms of undersea cabling, no, I do not.
Okay. Mr. Glasheen, I have a question for you. So as far as trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking, this always hurts me to say this, but Houston, Texas is in my district, and it is the worst city in the country for sex trafficking in the country. I just cannot believe that. What is the FBI doing amongst other agencies? You just happen to sit here in front of me. And Madam Secretary, you can probably jump in on this too. Enough's enough. I understand the complexities of the World Wide Web and how these bastards are doing this, and we can't seem to grab a hold of them. What's the answer?
Our HSI investigators specialize in child trafficking and human trafficking. They get up every single day and hunt down those individuals that victimize our children and partner with nonprofits and other agencies with the FBI to do that. Yes, it's shocking to me that Houston is one of the hotbeds as well.
We need to take a better look at this because we're losing. I mean, we're losing so bad, I don't even know how to define it. And this has been happening. I said this exact same thing to Mr. Mayorkas, and if I was here before that, I'd say the same thing again. It's just, we have not figured it out. Mr. Glasheen, you got anything for that?
Yeah, I would tell you, it's been a priority with this director. And, so far this year, compared to last year, we have 300 plus human traffickers arrested, up 15%.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Chairman, I yield that.
I appreciate that, and
I'll catch you after
if one of the following witnesses wants to give him some time to answer that very important question, they could do that. Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, with about a year as DHS Secretary under your belt, there's no shortage of criticisms for me to choose from today. You've deported American citizens, bringing a level of inhumanity to this nation's immigration laws that I haven't seen in my lifetime. You've terrorized communities, including my own in Buffalo, New York. vowing to go after the worst of the
Strong
worst, but
words,
instead
guys.
detaining women, children, and hardworking individuals in pursuit of the American dream. You've botched a response to one of the most devastating floods we've seen, an extreme weather event along the Guadalupe River that took more than 130 innocent lives, including more than 35.
Remember, if you haven't double tapped that screen, that's how you hit the like button, guys. Double tap the screen of your mobile device or click those three dots, hit the thumbs up, guys. It helps out the channel. Let's get the likes up. Double tap that screen if you're on a mobile device or click those three dots, hit the thumbs up. It helps out the channel as we listen to Congress basically wanting Secretary Christina Nome to resign, guys. The Democrats want her to resign. Let's get those likes up and most definitely subscribe if you're new.
Children, Central Texas waited days for your agency to respond because of the reckless policies you've implemented. Your FEMA lead was missing in action, completely unreachable, as were FEMA's call lines, with 84% of calls unanswered on July 7th, 3 days after the floods. FEMA personnel, despite your slashing of their ranks, who were ready and willing to help, waited days to spring into action because of your policies. Disasters do not wait for bureaucracy. Your abysmal performance goes beyond your woeful disaster response. You've also taken a sledgehammer to FEMA's recovery, preparedness, and mitigation missions. You canceled more than $4 billion in building resilient infrastructure and communities funds, a program that helps communities reduce their risk of natural disasters. You withheld millions in funds for emergency alerting infrastructure found to be in violation of the Impound Control Act. You, perhaps most critical to my state of New York, canceled more than 90% of New York State's Homeland Security Program funding, including $134 million in urban area security initiative funds for New York City's greater metropolitan areas. You have mismanaged these grants to the point where cities and states, including New York, are suing you to recover counterterrorism funding that's lawfully theirs and that Congress intended for them to receive. It's a tragedy that we're here today discussing these cuts to counterterrorism and security grant funds for a city that was the main site of the September 11th attacks, the entire reason your department was established in the first place. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Emergency Management, it's my responsibility to show the American public how you've systemically upended FEMA and emergency preparedness as we know it. So I have a couple of questions. Simple yes or no answer will suffice. Would you agree with the national security officials' assessment that the United States has been operating in a heightened threat environment for several years now?
Yes.
Yes or no? Would you say New York City is susceptible to these kinds of security threats?
Yes, and that's why they should spend.
So with New York City being
$440
the
million
number one terrorist target in the nation,
the federal government gave them
with
to
New
use
York
to
City
secure
being
their
the number
city,
one, I
which
reclaim
they
my
did
time,
not
with New York
spend.
City being the
Did
number
not
one
spend the
security
hundreds of
threat in
millions
this
of dollars
nation,
they had
it's
to secure
unconscionable
their city
that you would
and to
cut
release criminals on the street each and every day.
$134 million in urban area security initiative funding for the city of New York. What compels you to knowingly make our cities less safe with these funding cuts?
What compels you, your mayor, and your governor to release thousands of criminals on the streets rather than to turn them over to ICE? You'd rather release
Secretary Nome,
a murderer out onto
Secretary
your
Nome,
street.
you cut $134 million
and honor our detainers.
in
You should
funds
honor our detainers
to support the
against violent
security
criminals
of
to
New
get them
York
out of New York
City
City.
and the state of New York, the number one threat in this nation. In your own words, your cuts are blatantly political, callous, and outright dangerous. It's clear you have no interest in countering real threats in the homeland. While high-risk cities and disaster zones wait for help, you've devoted the past 11 months of violent raids, anti-police policies, and nonstop photo ops. You've brought shame to a department that was created after 9/11 in a time of unity to protect our people. Your failure to lead is a direct threat to the homeland security in our nation, and you should resign immediately.
Once again, they want her out of there. Tell them to resign,
Gentleman
guys.
yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and members of this committee. I thank you too, to our witnesses, for being here today, for your work to protect the homeland in an increasingly complex threat environment. My question today focuses specifically on the evolving drone threat.
Absolutely, about stuff that matters.
Lasheen, the FBI's National Counter UAS Training Center at Redstone Arsenal, is now the central hub for preparing federal, state, and local partners for drone threats at major events. What makes Redstone Arsenal such an effective location for this mission, and how does that setting support the scale of training required for World Cup, America 250, and the 2028 Olympics?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. What makes Redstone a great partner for us is, one, the support that we have from Congress. Number two, the space we have there. The FBI has been in Huntsville for a long time. Huntsville also houses our Special Agent Bomb Technician Program, where we train bomb technicians, EOD professionals across the United States, and we model in the Counter UAS School off of that. So that proof of concept has been in place, and we're mirroring that process to train the Counter UAS operators.
Thank you. I was there for the inaugural graduation. I'm telling you, it was most impressive. I can assure you there's no other location in the country that offers the same mix of controlled airspace, testing ranges, partnered agencies, and mission infrastructure that the FBI has at Redstone Arsenal. Counter UAS has the ability in Huntsville to jam, block, drop, intercept, and do forensics. As demand for this specialized training grows, what investment should Congress prioritize to ensure long-term stability for this mission at Redstone?
I'd say yesterday, or the legislation in front of, I think, the Senate right now for the NDA, for the authorities, that'd be the first step to give us the ability to lawfully use the counter U.S. authorities. I think additionally, is just like the computer technology, it evolves with the months. And so the counter UAS technology is going to change, so have the appropriate funding and support to stay up with that technology so we can mitigate the threats that our nation faces.
Thank you. Those graduates were from all over the country, and it was most impressive. Secretary Noem, this committee has failed to thank you for your faithful service to America. The southern border is closed. Human smugglers, drug traffickers, and illegal aliens that invaded this country from more than 160 different countries are being returned to the country of their origin. Fentanyl poisonings are down more than 35%. Secretary Noem, thank you for your efforts to keep these drugs out of our country in an effort to save a generation of Americans. It's not a Republican issue. It's not a Democratic issue. It's an American issue. And I thank you. Secretary Noem, many of the most advanced counter unmanned aerial systems technologies are being tested and evaluated in North Alabama. How is DHS ensuring that those capabilities transition quickly into field use, particularly ahead of these major events? And what more can Congress do to accelerate the pipeline?
No, we appreciate the authorities that are necessary for us to operate, and standing up a drone program and counter drone program is one of the top 3 priorities of the department this next year to meet the threats that we face every day. Every day, our Secret Service, our Coast Guard, our Border Patrol are seeing drones used against them. Criminals using them to surveil them, to find out law enforcement operations, and to leak them, and to put their lives in danger. So making sure that we have the ability to operate and to see far into the future and over our operations is important, but we also need the opportunity to take them down when necessary. We've seen the cartels using weaponized drones against each other. We know it's only a matter of time before we see that here on the homeland. My job is to make sure that we're prepared and that we're equipped, and to advocate to you for the authorities that we need to make that happen.
Thank you. With the new counter UAS authorities expected to be enacted as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, the next challenge is execution. What concrete steps is DHS planning to take in the coming months to ensure that these new authorities are fully operational before the FIFA World Cup, the Olympics, and America 250? And I even want to take it even further. You start looking at college football, we've got to take it even further rather than they're all large gathering events. I actually had the Secretary of Security of the Southeastern Conference before Mr. Kennedy and my committee, and it was unbelievable. On any given weekend, 8 to 10 football stadiums with greater than 90,000 people there. We must defend the home front. And I'm sorry that my time has expired, but I thank you for being before this committee today.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. MacGyver, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this hearing today. The greatest threat to the homeland right now is a Department of Homeland Security that the American people no longer trust, a department actively undermined by its own secretary. This is on you, Secretary Noem. Today's hearing is supposed to be about worldwide threats, but Madam Secretary, under your watch, the threat is coming from inside the building. Because when DHS, the department charged with keeping Americans safe, is caught breaking the law, lying to the American public, systematically dismantling oversight, fueling bigotry, and targeting vulnerable communities, trust is broken. Let's start with the basics. How can we trust your department with you at the helm? The American people deserve an answer, even if you've spent the past year dodging accountability like it's your full-time job. We need to talk about oversight. Oversight is not optional. It is not a courtesy because you feel like it. It is not something you entertain only when it's politically convenient to you. Yet, time and time again, Secretary Noem, you have treated congressional oversight as an inconvenience at best, and at worst, something to be invaded, ignored, or denied altogether. Republicans on this committee may be willing to hand over their constitutional duty in order to kiss this administration's butt cheeks, but I am not. I will never.
Kissing butt cheeks, let's go.
My district is not, and the American people sure aren't. While Republicans turned this hearing into a praise fest for your failed tenure, communities across America, including mine in New Jersey, are made less safe because DHS under your leadership has become unproductive and malicious. All of the thank you that we keep hearing from across the aisle, there's no thank you from me. And we see the truth that you're trying to hide. The truth is, you are deeply unqualified for the post you hold. This is on full display in the way you treat the people in this body, myself included, who have been elected to serve our communities and keep them safe. Representative Grajava, Senator Padilla, myself and others whose character, integrity, and bodies were attacked by your department without evidence and without apology. Far beyond being disrespectful, you have shown a complete disregard for the oversight authority granted to us by law. You have repeatedly shown that you will target whoever you want, whenever you want, without accountability. Members of Congress, members of our communities, and even American citizens, as many of my colleagues have continued to point out today. Secretary Noem, that's not leadership. That's not democracy. And that is not how this works. Again, this is not just about you. Don't want you to think this is just a pick on you day. This is about the Trump administration that has turned DHS into a political weapon. So I'll ask you this. Is Trump embarrassed by your tenure, or is this exactly the kind of god-awful leadership he wants at DHS? Yes or no?
Ma'am, we've already conducted more oversight visits.
No. It's a yes or no. Yes or no. Okay, Secretary Noem, this is my time to talk, not your time to talk. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. Chair, I reclaim my time. Secretary Noem, DHS is breaking the law, hiding information from Congress, and shutting out oversight. So let me ask you, how can the American people trust your department with you at the helm with this kind of behavior?
The American people absolutely trust this department to keep them safe. And we are showing that every day by the support we get across the country, the amount of people that we're recruiting to all of our
Thank you, Secretary Noem. Do you agree that using DHS resources to target members of Congress is an abuse of power?
Excuse me, would you say that?
You would have heard me if you stopped talking and listened to my questions. Do you agree that using DHS resources to target members of Congress is an abuse of power?
We are not doing that. We are out there enforcing the law, doing our work, and we are allowing oversight.
Of course, we're not going to get any answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Cutting the deep.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. McKean, for 5 minutes of questions.
It's no wonder that chaos has become the commonplace
when rudeness is so on display. You know, like it's both sides. We've created a lack of civility in this country, but
They on the
we're
top, big
perpetuating
leg.
in this society what your administration is trying to correct, and that is returning back to the rule of law. What separates us from falling into chaos as a nation where poverty envelops us is when we return to order and a display of respect towards law enforcement, a display of respect to officials. Look, this custom, and you've been a member of Congress, of where we talk over people and we don't give secretaries a chance to respond, the height of self-importance that too many people
Now he
try to
taking up
employ in
for
this building, not remembering we're all here as public servants to serve the people. We lift our hearts up far beyond our fellow countrymen. I'll tell you who says thank you. It's those whose families that were the victim of assaults and rapes and murders under the auto pen period the last 4 years. They say thank you. Those who see the madness of lawlessness, the lack of respect to law enforcement, the heightened element of law enforcement sitting in their vehicles and being targeted, say thank you. Those families of law enforcement whose addresses are being put out in public so they can intimidate not only the law enforcement officials, but their families to try to put them into a place of fear, say thank you for common sense returning back into this country. If we do not have a respect of authority, a respect of law enforcement, thank you for allowing arrests to happen when someone spits at law enforcement.
Let's go, Kate.
Thank you. FEMA, you were assaulted a minute ago verbally over what you're doing with FEMA. I will tell you, as somebody that comes from a state that has more tornadoes, Oklahoma, than probably any other state, thank you for looking at how we can save money through efficiencies. Our state would love the opportunity of what this administration is talking about, of returning power
We don't
decisions
talk
back to
lazy.
states.
That's
As I've said to
exactly
you
what he's
before,
saying.
of a person who sat on a bulldozer watching the madness of trying to comply with EPA regs that are built
You
in
don't know who she thinks
and
she
people's
is.
homes destroyed. And as a state lawmaker, pushing timber around on a dozer trying to comply and get taking the time off from time of exercise as a lawmaker trying to help people. And I saw the craziness of federal regulations. Thank you for looking and not taking your foot off the gas of trying to put more money back into national security from the waste that has happened through endless regs. All right, now I'm going to get to a question,
Can I
Secretary.
say something about FEMA?
Absolutely, you can. Thank you.
The only grants that weren't funded, the individual ones that you were talking about, mitigation ahead, were ones that were weaponized to fund the Green New Deal and for climate change. And those were redirected to true mitigation efforts. FEMA today is deploying resources 2 times faster on average than in history, which means the dollars are going out twice as fast than they ever have before. And the president, as soon as these disasters are happening, is deploying those resources to Republican and Democrat states. New Mexico, Texas, Alaska, they're all getting dollars immediately, and we're responding immediately to our people. I have to actually leave this hearing early because the FEMA Review Council is giving their report today on suggestions for changes to FEMA.
Thank you for not taking your foot off the gas
I have
on
to
that.
co-chair it, but I will be leaving soon to have to go do that. But those suggestions are Republicans and Democrats coming forward with how FEMA should go forward in the future based on the president's vision for making sure that states get the chance to manage it and that local emergency managers get the chance to go and help their communities in a much more efficient way.
Take those monies and let's move it to true national security through waste and inefficiencies. Where we've deployed money for snow movement. We have deployed money previously to move snow that melts. Okay, I want to just throw this open to you and Director Kent, whoever wants to take this. We have to find a balance between making sure the First Amendment is preserved at all costs, but also protecting law enforcement. The social media heightened of a hearing that the chairman held last week, great hearing. How do we preserve, what ideas can we continue with to where the online enticement threats causing people to want to embolden themselves to then go act upon those threats that we see in social media. They say the magic words. They know it's not going to get them because they don't do a direct threat, but it's an indirect threat. It's always trying to accomplish the same purpose. How do we preserve the First Amendment? This is a lawmaking exercise, and why we hold these hearings, not for show. How do we come up with a way to preserve the First Amendment and stop the insanity of these indirect threats that are going after your law enforcement officials?
I apologize. The gentleman's time has expired. I know the secretary has to leave, and I would now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes of questions.
I'm just going to take the position that she was scared of my questions. Mr. Chairman, if we could stop the clock and
Oh, yes,
wait
no,
till after all
absolutely.
this.
Clerk will suspend.
If we could reset the time,
Yes.
that would be helpful.
We'll reset the clock. Gentlelady, prepare.
They had somebody got out of line. They had it, guys.
Okay. Thank you.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to respond to a lot of what Secretary Noem has just testified to. And gentlemen, I have some comments that I hope you'll take back to the Secretary and to the Department. If there's anything that is clear about what is going on in this country, is that the rhetoric and fear that is happening is at an all-time escalated high. And we're all describing different aspects of it. Fear of law enforcement, fear of citizens, fear of people who are legally in this country. Because it's the rhetoric that is happening from the very top, that is being decimated down level, and that is really, really dangerous. And one of the things that the Secretary said was she is restoring the rule of law. That is absolutely not true. Because the rule of law is founded on two fundamental principles. That if you are going to be subject to a criminal arrest in this country, that there is probable cause to do so. You can't just snatch somebody walking into a coffee shop because of the color of their skin. There's no probable cause for that. And also that you will get due process. And that is not happening. And so what you're seeing is an overwhelming frustration of the American people in this country, that the lack of respect and regard for the rule of law by this administration, and in particular by this secretary, is at a level that we have never seen and violates all of the constitutional norms and all of the principles of legal fairness in this country.
Absolutely, absolutely, Kate.
Manifests itself in threats to law enforcement and bubbling over. Because people are frustrated.
They said it was a protest that erupted.
They are channeling that frustration because the administration is not listening and is only doubling down on the rhetoric. You know, this notion that I think my colleagues highlighted that we're only going to pursue serious threats. It's just not true. I visited an ICE facility outside of Dallas. And over 70% of them were classified as the lowest threat level, as never having a criminal record at all. But yet they were there because of the color of their skin. There was not a probable cause. They're not a threat to this country. They have no criminal history at all. I fully support, as does everyone on this committee, Homeland Security focusing on threats to our national security. We want cybersecurity. We want terroristic threats from abroad to be stopped. Absolutely. None of us want a recreation of 9/11, but we also do not want, under any level, the trampling of our constitutional rights and the legal system of due process. I have a poster here to highlight 3 American citizens that were arrested by ICE who had done nothing wrong, They presented themselves as American citizens, but yet were still trampled, assault. One had broken ribs, a brain injury, an older gentleman by being knocked down to the ground after he said, I'm an American citizen. But yet they did not stop. And that is a huge problem. When somebody says, I'm an American citizen to ICE, and ICE does not stop and continues to assault them and physically berate them and then hold them for days and days on end without a due process hearing, that is a problem. And it is not stopping. We have brought these concerns to the Secretary and to agencies like yourself in these hearings time and time again through multiple letters. We've all written letters that have gone unresponded because this cannot happen in our country. And the reality of it is, in any law enforcement situation, and what we have happening out into the public is there are ICE agents and there are Border Patrol agents that are doing their great job. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But they're also bad actors. There are people who are exceeding their authority. The power has gone to their head. The intimidation is outrageous. And there's no effort to rein them in by the FBI. There's no effort to rein them in by the Homeland Security. There's no effort to overcorrect. Just like one of my colleagues highlighted, the reinstatement of one that was inappropriate. And these efforts are breaking down the trust of the American people. I hope you take these concerns back because they need to be addressed if we're going to address the violence in this country. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this committee hearing today. Thank you for the witnesses. Director Kent, you talked about what keeps you up at night. I believe you said, we don't know who came into the country in the last 4 years. And we've cited several times in this hearing that about 15 to 20 million people came into this country under the last administration. And something that you said actually shocked me. You said that 18,000 known and suspected terrorists entered into the country during the Biden administration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's deeply concerning, but I'm really not surprised. Many of us in this committee said that's exactly what was going to happen. I didn't know that those numbers would be as high as they are. One of the other things that really concerns me about what's going on in this country is we continue to let people into this country that do not want to assimilate to our culture and want to harm Americans. I want to go ahead and play a video.
Law should be above the U.S. Constitution.
Yes.
Should Sharia law be over the U.S. Constitution?
Yes, U.S. Constitution, which is made by people, and the Sharia law is made by Allah. So that is all the way above. That has to be definitely in the land, not for the America, for the whole world, would be above.
So that should be above the U.S. Constitution.
Yes.
Do you feel more comfortable living under American law, or do you feel more comfortable living under Sharia law?
Sharia law. I'm a Muslim. I prefer Sharia law. Sharia law, yes.
You prefer Sharia law over American law?
Of course, they always can come with the same accusations. This speaker supports death penalty for homosexuals. This speaker supports death penalty for this crime or that he is homophobic. These are general views that every Muslim actually has. Every Muslim believes in these things.
If the law of the land is Islamic, we will respect the law of the land.
What if it's not Islamic?
If it's not Islamic, then the law of the land and those who make it can go to hellfire, honestly, because Allah says in the Quran, in chapter 33, verse 1, he said, "O Prophet, fear Allah and do not obey the disbelievers and the hypocrites."
You know why they're worried about the border? Watch this clip here that Vinny just sent with Al-Qaeda. I call upon every Muslim and the infidel, criminal, and arrogant United States, no matter if they're Arab, American, or other descent. I'm saying to all of them, revenge, revenge. Do not consult anyone by killing infidel Americans. You should have a lot of determination and a list of your targets should be effective.
Director Kent, what do you think when you see a video like that?
I think we didn't have control of our borders, and we don't know who's come into our country. However, we have had around 2.7 million individuals from Muslim countries and Muslim regions who came in under the Biden administration, who went through minimal to no vetting whatsoever, who probably share values like the folks that you saw on the screen.
Director Kent, are you aware that when we invite people into this country and they become citizens. They swear an oath to defend and support the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America and against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yes.
What do you believe the long-term consequences will be if the United States continues admitting individuals who either openly reject assimilation into American civic culture or who falsely swear an oath to uphold the Constitution despite having no intention of honoring it?
We simply won't have a country anymore as we know it. I think we can look to Europe and to the UK to see exactly where this leads.
I agree 100%. Director Ken, are you aware of some of the differences between U.S. Constitution and common law interpretations of the Sharia law?
I am broadly, yeah.
What are the differences in your opinion? And I know you're not a doctorate on this subject, but between the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech and the press, including the right to criticize religions, religious texts, and public figures without government punishment.
Yeah, the freedom of speech, I think, is huge because you don't have that under Sharia law, and you also don't have the assumption of innocence under Sharia law as we do.
Many interpretations of Sharia, blasphemy, criticism of the Quran or the Prophet Muhammad can be a serious offense, sometimes punishable by death. And there are many others that I don't have time to get to, but I wanted to bring that up today so that Americans understand the differences and why we need to be very careful about who we let into this country. I thank you guys for the work you do. I thank you for those underneath you working so hard to keep the American citizens and people safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I remind if you don't get to questions that you want to ask, you can submit them for the record. So we can do that at the end. I now recognize the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, for 5 minutes of questions.
I have some matters of interest regarding immigration and FEMA, but before that, Mr. Kent, does the Bible say anything about freedom of speech?
Not a biblical scholar.
I don't think it does, and I'm concerned about singling out Muslims and specific religions to talk about how their religious dogma conflicts with our laws and constitutions. I lament that Ms. Noem has had to leave early today, but I wanted to talk about the atrocities that the DHS's immigration enforcement and the pain it is causing in places like my home district of Puerto Rico. Just a few weeks ago, we witnessed ICE shove a pregnant woman. I cannot imagine, as an expecting father myself, the anxiety that family must have gone through when they took that person to the hospital and treated her for her injuries. Also, a few weeks ago, CBP detained Aracelis Terrero from the streets of Cabo Rojo. They put her on a plane, they sent her to Texas. She was in a detention facility. She was removed from the detainee location service, and she was not allowed to contact her attorney. Ms. Terrero was a domestic violence victim who was in Puerto Rico with a legal work permit. And I wanted to ask Ms. Noem if DHS policies allow CBP agents to detain persons who are legally in the United States. I wanted to ask Ms. Noem the legal authority behind the detention of Aracelis Terrero. I wanted to ask Ms. Noem why she was removed from the detainee location system. I wanted to ask Ms. Noem why Aracelis Terrero was not allowed to contact her attorney. Unfortunately, I predict that she would not have given us adequate answers based on the answers that she has provided to my colleagues here today. Now, I also wanted to raise a concern with Ms. Noem regarding TSA agents. In Puerto Rico, I witnessed how many TSA agents worked arduously without pay during the government shutdown, and how her announcement that they would get $10,000 as a bonus for working without pay during the pandemic actually created the opposite effect of boosting morale, because it was so selective that it excluded apparently most workers. And finally, I wanted to raise the concerns of red and blue mayors from Puerto Rico. I emphasize red and blue mayors, Republican and Democratic mayors, regarding her recent secret policy regarding transactions or grants for FEMA money that exceed $100,000. So to their surprise, they found out that grants and funding assignments exceeding $100,000 would now need to be approved by Secretary Noem. But there was no transparency regarding that rule. And we have no information regarding the application and the enforcement of that rule. And I sent her a letter with 15 other members asking those questions, and I got a letter in response that has no answers to these questions. And I wanted to urge her to reconsider this policy that is delaying aid and reconstruction funds for the people of Puerto Rico, which are still suffering 9 years after Hurricane Maria, and that this is affecting Republicans and Democrats, that reconstruction should not have a party ID, and that instead of fighting the bureaucracy, this has made the bureaucracy worse. But unfortunately, Secretary Noem left early, and we are left expecting these answers. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses. Let's be clear. The United States of America is safer today because of President Trump. The United States of America is the dominant predator across all landscapes because of President Trump. We have restored our status as the global leader because of President Trump. Hard stop. Now, when we look at the topic of the hearings, the objectives, there were 6 bullet points. I'm going to hit the highlights, examine the full scope of evolving threats facing the United States of America, particularly on readiness at the federal, local, and state level. Highlight the significant, number 2, the significant national security gains achieved by President Donald Trump. 3, review the Trump administration's efforts to reverse the damage caused by the Biden border crisis. 4, analyze the scale and scope of cyber threats, which is my area as the chairman of the cyber subcommittee. 5, discuss the evolving terrorism landscape, including FTOs, HVEs, and DVEs. And 6, evaluate emerging unconventional threats. Unfortunately, my colleagues must not have read the memo, because that's not what they've talked about. They want to talk about ICE and immigration. So let's talk about that. You know, in 1965, we passed the Hart-Celler Act. Since that time, we've seen chain migration on a scale that, quite frankly, I'm not sure even the progressive liberal authors of that bill could have possibly imagined. In that amount of time, we've seen 60 million migrants come into this country, most of which, 90%, from third world countries. There are roughly 300,000 Afghans in America, 200,000 of which came under Biden. Approximately 45% of Afghans are on U.S. food stamps. Afghans under the Biden administration have an unemployment rate double that of Americans. 68% of Afghans are on Medicaid. Let's go overseas. And so if that sounds like political rhetoric, let's look at the facts. Paris, 48% of crimes committed by foreigners, most of which were Muslim. Overall crime has surged since the Islamic migrant influx. That is from the French Interior Ministry. London, 40% of sex crimes are committed by foreigners, most of which are Muslims. That's the Metropolitan Police Department. Rome, 83% of 2024 street robberies by non-EU citizens, almost all of which were Muslim. Sexual assault, 69% Muslim, Italian police reports. Minneapolis, here in the homeland. Violent crime in Cedar Riverside, a Somali hub, rose 56%, 2010 to 2018. Dearborn, Michigan, crime 105% above the national average. Hamtramck, outside of Detroit, 92% of assaults by Muslim immigrants. Drug arrests, 85% Muslim immigrants. Now let's go to Nashville, Tennessee, where a Somali man, a migrant who came in 2015, raped to death a woman on the steps of a church. I've had enough. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Deport them all. This is our country. We get to decide who comes in, and we get to decide who has to leave. And I say, deport them all. 90% that have come into this country are from third world countries, most of which are sucking resources from American citizens, burdening our cities. They do not belong here. Mr. Kent, I'm chairman of the Cyber Subcommittee. Let's go into the scope and scale of the cyber threats posed by the CCP. I give you the floor, sir.
CCP is probably one of the more aggressive actors in the cyberspace right now. NCTC is mostly focused on the terrorism realm and how terrorist actors are using the proliferation of encrypted devices and just the internet to spread propaganda. That's probably our biggest purview in terms of cyber.
Mr. Glasheen?
Chairman, I would say that the Chinese government, the CCP, is our greatest cyber threat. It is a full-time job, and the resources they throw at this is unbelievable. It's a major concern.
You know, I want to thank the witnesses for being here, and I want to thank President Trump. You know, as I sit in the skiff and I'm reading the briefings from the CIA and the FBI on the daily attacks to our country and to our infrastructure, I appreciate the president and I appreciate you gentlemen and your service to this country in keeping Americans safe. They have no idea what you do every single day. God bless you and God bless America. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Poe, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member. Yes, indeed, we've spoken a great deal and learned many things here today, some of which are still going unanswered, many questions that all of us still have. And there are a vast number of threats that endanger our homeland, from increasingly sophisticated state-sponsored terrorist networks to evolving technologies. Our law enforcement agencies are engaging criminals on multiple fronts and facing significant demands every single day. Next year, there will be an increasingly heightened threat environment in my district in northern New Jersey as we host the World Cup. Federal counterterrorism grant funding is absolutely critical in keeping our communities safe against the evolving threat environment. This is why I have been so deeply disturbed by the decision of Secretary Noem to freeze, delay, and cut billions of dollars in federal counterterrorism grant funds. In February, her department, DHS, froze billions of dollars in counterterrorism grants that had already been awarded to states and cities. This decision left state and local public safety organizations unable to access critical funding. DHS then ignored legal deadlines for releasing this year's installment of the $1.5 billion for these counterterrorism programs. And when DHS finally released this funding, she abruptly and illegally slashed funding to states with Democratic governors like New Jersey. States and localities have sued in federal court for funding owed by the federal government that was appropriated for them by Congress. In October, I sent a letter to Secretary Noem, and if she was here, I would be saying this directly to her, signed by all of my Democratic colleagues in New Jersey's delegation, demanding that she stop playing politics with federal counterterrorism funding and immediately restore New Jersey's allocation. Specifically, I'm referring to the 50% cut to New Jersey's allocation of the Homeland Security Grant Program, which includes the Urban Area Security Initiative and the State Homeland Security Program. This is the single largest preparation grant program in the Federal Emergency Management Agency. New Jersey has relied on these federal grants to respond and prepared against terrorist attack. When she published the notice of funding opportunities for the Homeland Security Grant Program, she stated that her intent to allocate this funding was going to be based on statutory risk assessment and an analysis of relative risk to terrorism faced by the 100 most populous areas in the country. Under this process, New Jersey was preliminarily allocated around $19 million, but DHS final award notification, our state received just $9 million. The final award notification failed to explain why such drastic cuts were made. Instead, she simply stated that it was done, quote, per DHS directive. To this day, we have still not received, I have not received a response to my letter. And I absolutely cannot understand and am so incredibly disappointed by the fact that this administration continues to try and attempt to walk all over this body. Congress is Article 1 branch, and we demand that we receive the respect that is due and that she respond to the questions, and that is her responsibility and her job. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs. 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I know you have a really difficult job. I want to take a moment just to highlight the fantastic work of the Homeland Security Advisory Council. I think when I say this, I speak on behalf of our entire South Carolina delegation when I say that I'm pleased to see South Carolina's own Governor Henry McMaster appointed to chair the HSAC. Since its inception in 2002, the Council's mission has been to offer the department real-time advice across the whole spectrum of security issues. And I think this is especially critical for a state like mine in South Carolina, where we face everything from severe weather events such as Hurricane Helene to major port security and cyber security concerns. But I'll move on, and I would like to direct this statement to Director Kent. China is and has been for quite some time the primary great power competitor to the U.S. I think some of my colleagues have already established that today. And I think we've identified the pacing challenge for our national security strategies. Chinese companies have made land acquisitions near sensitive military sites in the U.S., and Chinese researchers have engaged in espionage and intellectual property theft. Chinese national encounters at our northern and southern borders surged in fiscal year 24, and China remains the primary supplier of precursor chemicals contributing to American overdose deaths. So my question, Director, is to what extent do you see a nexus between China's destabilizing activities and the terror threat landscape in the United States?
Thank you for that question. That's a very important topic, especially in terms of fentanyl and the precursors the Chinese Communist Party provides. Working directly with the cartels, we have agents of the Chinese Communist Party, some directly affiliated and some indirectly affiliated, that are working with the cartels to continue to change essentially the recipe of the fentanyl, because as we designate these different precursors and they kind of fall off the market or become more regulated, these advanced chemists will then come into play, and they're the ones that provide the new ingredients, the new ways to manufacture fentanyl that kills American citizens. So this is something that we're looking at, in particular, the relationship between these Chinese actors and the Mexican drug cartels.
Well, thank you so much. And sir, if you have any additional information, I'd be happy to hear.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for the opportunity. I think to your question is, if our country is destabilized, it creates a lot of vulnerabilities for us. And whether it be the fentanyl is what you're talking about here, it could definitely affect our national security. Regarding the fentanyl, one thing Director Patel recently did is we've recognized the challenge that fentanyl faces in the United States. And instead of continuing to address the symptom, look at the root of the problem. He recently went over to China, met with his counterparts in MSP, and they agreed to put 13 precursor chemicals on an export control list. And if we can prevent the chemicals and the precursors coming to the United States or into the, Mexico or anyone that puts together the fentanyl that comes into the United States, that can have a greater effect to reduce that threat to the United States.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you being here and hope you realize how important your work is. And I know the district, my 3rd district of South Carolina, is counting on you to continue that hard work. I yield back, sir.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I regret that Secretary Noem tapped out after 2 hours, but nonetheless, I want to focus on an issue that I think is really important. The misuse of taxpayer funds and the steering of DHS funds to politically connected firms tied to the Secretary's office, while hiding that activity from the American people. Secretary Noem has been criticized by members of her own party and by the Trump administration for being slow and ineffective when Americans actually need her help. Republican Senator Tom Tillis said she was, quote, slow off the mark in getting disaster aid out the door. A senior administration official recently told Politico that there was, quote, some fishy stuff going on with money at DHS. And the veto authority she handed to Corey Lewandowski over contracts and grants has delayed life-saving resources after disasters. So when it comes to helping disaster victims, she's been slow and ineffective. But when it came to spending money on her own image and then funneling that money to her friends and her political allies, she moved with remarkable speed. According to reporting by ProPublica, DHS obligated $220 million for an advertising campaign featuring her in staged, phony border imagery and featuring pictures of President Trump's private properties. That money, that taxpayer money, was routed through a newly created and secretive Delaware shell company. It was then secretly funneled from that shell company to a firm with direct political and personal ties to her office and her political operation. That firm is called the Strategy Group. This situation has all of the elements of political corruption. First, she invoked emergency authority to bypass competitive bidding. Second, she concealed the true destination of the money by routing it through a shell company, a red flag in any corruption investigation. Third, the firm that actually did the work, that filmed her attempting to herd cattle, has documented political and personal ties to the secretary and her senior leadership. Fourth, her directive requiring personal approval of all contracts over $100,000 concentrated power in the hands of the very people tied to the firm that secretly received the work, her and Mr. Lewandowski. At the exact time this contract was executed, DHS was diverting investigators and resources away from child exploitation, away from child trafficking, away from illegal gun smuggling, yet somehow she found nearly $250 million to promote herself, and the money flowed to her political allies. A federal contracting law expert, quoted in ProPublica, summarized it plainly. It's corrupt is the word. That's what I would have liked to ask the secretary about today. I would have asked if she personally approved the money that flowed to her political and personal allies. I would have asked if whether when she was governor of South Dakota in 2023 and the same firm got $8.5 million of taxpayer money, whether she steered the money to them. Because an official in her administration said she did. That's what I would have asked her. But she had to leave early. Mr. Glasheen, are you familiar with the Proud Boys?
I'm familiar with the name, yeah, Proud Boys.
Okay, does the FBI still designate the Proud Boys as an extremist organization? They did in 2018 in President Trump's first term.
we are in the process right now of changing our categories for domestic terrorism.
So they're no longer designated as an extremist organization. The FBI designated them an extremist organization in 2018. Has that changed?
I'm not aware that they did that.
It's all over the media, sir. Widely reported. Can you get back to me on that?
Sure will.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize gentleman from North Carolina who's not for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I go into my line of questioning, it's worth notice that the previous administration labeled Catholic churches and charities as domestic terrorists, and there was no outrage about that from the other side of the aisle. But regards to today's hearing, threats that currently face the country, we have millions of people in this country right now who will harm the country.
All right, guys, so that's pretty much it on that when it comes to Kristi Noem, guys. They're looking to get her right up out of there. So we covered everything in the title. We talked Charlie Kirk. The person who is basically accused of unaliving him. He basically had court. We talked, let me look in here and see everything we talked. Hold on. Most definitely talked about Tyler Robinson in his court date. We heard from Caroline Leavitt, from the White House. She gave a briefing. And we also heard the Democrats looking to get rid of Kristi Noem, guys. I mean, it's a lot going on out here, guys. Most definitely. A whole lot. Oh my God, I'm so late. Rika, you super late. It's over now. But yeah, we went through everything. So if you missed it, make sure you run it back, guys. I fulfilled everything in my title. Shout out to everybody who pulled up. Most definitely appreciate y'all as they continue to bring us out the latest and breaking news. I most definitely bring it to y'all. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you have not, double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like button. Or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. It most definitely helps out the channel. Make sure you subscribe if you're new. If I don't see y'all tomorrow, I'll see y'all Monday right here on Everything News, man. And like I said, man, shout out to my old subscribers as well as the new ones. Shout out to my members, the old ones and the new ones. Shout out to my moderators, man. Shout out to y'all. Y'all most definitely keep this show running smooth. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. So until I see y'all again, Sidewalk Gang, checking out. I'll catch y'all on the next one, man. Y'all be safe. I'm gone.